Buena, tu libera con la papaya.
Banana time.
Hello. 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 Oh no. Hello.
Ads suck, I know. Your eyeballs pay for dog's food though.
Hello. Uh, Lizard. How had a day?
Hello, brother.
I had a day yesterday too. I did not get enough time relaxing. I don't know how to relax. I think I need to teach myself how to relax again. Go ahead. Ugh. I'm I'm struggling today because I think I either had too much salt or too much water or a combination of both yesterday. And then I think I laid on the wrong side last night. So my ear is not doing great today. I haven't had any vertigo attacks, thankfully, but I've been having instability, like onsets today. I agree, doggo. Relaxing is a skill. Practice the skill. Yeah. So I'm just kind of like struggling. It's been a while since something like this has happened, which is good, but every now and then my ear likes to remind me that I'm not gone, motherfucker. And I go, okay. So that's kind of what I'm dealing with today. I didn't go out. I went out and did work yesterday. I got home, and then I'm not joking, I proceeded to spend about 3 to 4 hours researching things for the house build that ended up with me being trying to figure out if I could do something for a little bit cheaper, finding out I couldn't, and then having to acknowledge the fact that I had to do the more expensive one, and also the more expensive one required more work than I thought, which made it even more expensive. So, how's the floor coming along? My dad isn't going to be up this weekend, but he's going to be up next weekend. And I've decided against ordering anything until basically we can get it installed. But also, if the weather next weekend is shitty, then that's also going to be bad. I don't know if it's going to. I think it's been okay for the last couple of weeks, so maybe it holds out. But if it rains or anything like that, I'm kind of shit out of luck. But I've decided to take out basically as many nice to haves as I feasibly can because of the potential cost of the structure. I keep having to remind myself that I don't have a lot of money to do this with. So any nice to haves are removed and we're boiled down to essentials. So I was able to lower some of the cost of the flooring a bit, but yeah, it's still pretty expensive. And you know, like for example, the likelihood that I will have a second floor, because it was a story and a half, which means it's a story and a half is basically a 2-story building, but the top floor is the roof for the ceiling. So I'll have a story and a half build, but the top floor won't be usable because it's not essential essentially to have the second floor. So I won't be, there's a very high likelihood, for instance, that I won't be putting OSB down on the second floor. So I won't have a second floor because that extra $300 can go into other things. Yeah. The idea is to basically get the floor on for the foundation and then throw a tarp over it for the winter. Could I work through the winter? Yeah, I probably could. But the problem is that I live in a region where, unfortunately, I don't drive. Obviously, because of my ear issues. So because I don't drive, I don't have a way of transporting the goods onto the property. So I have to rely on deliveries. And most of the deliveries come out of pretty big trucks. And the road that my father lives off of is a shitty dirt fire road that also goes up one of the steepest allowed grades, I believe. So the likelihood of getting product there doesn't exist. And my dad's not going to come up during winter, so working in the snow sucks balls. It can, but the thing is that I would have a floor. Like, I can leave the tarp on and work on that floor to do the walls. Like, I wouldn't have to work in the snow because I'd have the floor of the structure down. And I wouldn't have to worry about water ingress because I could just brush off the snow. So, like, I would have a place to work in. But, yeah. So, yeah, things are expensive. The cold, yes. The cold and gloves make it a problem, especially when you're dealing with like power tools and stuff. But for the most part, my intent was probably to only get the walls and sheathing up. But also, I need to paint and stain, or paint and prime the T111 siding, which wouldn't work in winter anyway because it's so fucking cold up here that the paint and the primer would probably freeze and or separate. So like, even if I wanted to, I probably couldn't. But yeah, things are expensive. And the paint and primer are kind of unfortunately non-negotiables for the T111 because it's not sealed to the environment. It's just basically plywood. So the siding itself is, I think it's like $35 a board, and one wall requires 8, 3, 2, 6, or I think it's like 7 boards per wall. So 7, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. So it's something like 24 or 25 boards times 35 for dollars. So I'm looking at like $700 in order to sheath the outside, which when you're looking at it from a terms of like building a structure, it's not that expensive. But when you're looking at it and what I have available for budget, it's 10% of my budget for just getting walls siding on outside. You know, not for insulation, not for flooring, not for lumber, not for anything. But yeah, I can't stick around too long. I gotta get back to moving. It's okay, Gwen. How long are you in the process for? Yeah, oof, walls. Yeah. And there's a couple other things that I need to do for the walls as well, but costs. You know, like insulation and stuff. Expensive. I'll have to buy like caulking to seal up the air ingress or gaps or stuff like that. I'm supposed to be out of the current place by Sunday, but the new place should be available tomorrow. So are you packaging? Are you packing up everything? Are you moving from one apartment to another? Like, how much stuff do you have? I've had to do some moving a couple of times. It's actually one of the reasons why I don't like having stuff, because of the amount of times I've had to move. Just packing. Oh, that sucks. It's really annoying. Especially if you have dense things like books. Because like if you're packing like non-dense things, it's not too bad. But when you're packing dense things, they have to be spread out against a bunch of boxes. Just one apartment into another. Okay. Still at the are you still at the music store? Or has that changed? Because I don't think I've caught up with you in like months. Hi, Mobius. Also, we're doing probably doing Satisfactory today, maybe Overwatch.
That's a VIP, everyone.
Because I kind of got an itch to play Tracer. Okay. I can do that. Yeah, I'll just have to remember. I'm really bad about messaging on Discord after stream. Still at the music store? Okay. So the other things I want to do. There's two big things I want to do when I get to the new place. Obviously, the full body tracking is one of them, but not really. But learning piano and lifting weights are my two biggest things that I wanna do once I get into the new place. I have lost a lot of weight, and working outside has toned me up a little bit. And every now and then I look in the mirror and I'm like, yeah, let's go. I'm so proud of myself. I'm so happy. The piano was fun. I love piano because of dual, it's gonna say weird to say, but basically two sounds. Where you have one hand that plays one sounds and one hand that plays the other sounds. So you can feel like a full arrangement when playing piano because you have basically almost two instruments at the same time, which is one of the reasons why I like it versus like guitar, which I do like guitar, don't get me wrong, but you will only ever have one accompaniment, like you'll have one chord, you know what I mean? Whereas on a piano, you can have two chords going at the same time. So it's twice as much sound. And it just makes it feel more fuller and more alive. And I actually only played guitar because I was having such a bad time breaking hand synchronization on piano that a lot of the people recommended, like, oh, if you have a hard time breaking hand synchronization, go do something that requires synchronization, which is string instruments. And I was like, okay. So there's that. And yeah. Counter melody on guitar to make full sound is really hard. It really is. You know, you can do finger picking, which can kind of do it. You can also do percussive, like on acoustic, which actually does work really well if you're really good at doing percussive, but holy crap, is it really hard. Hi, Amazee. But yeah, I would like to pick up piano. Obviously one thing at a time. Probably end up doing free weights first. But I would like a period of time in the morning where I feel productive in doing stuff. So I'll probably allot some time whenever the new place gets up to do a little bit of practice and a little bit of workout. I've been slowly working on saxophone. Yeah, it's very weird. No other instrument has the same draw to me as piano does. I will look on I'm getting Basil's chat flashbacks. What's that mean? Oh, from being sniffed. Yeah, no other instrument has ever called to me like piano has. Even guitar. Like, yeah, I can play guitar and, you know, I've been doing it for years. I haven't practiced in a while, given my situation. But even with guitar, it still like doesn't feel like that instrument, you know? Like, I feel like every person who plays an instrument or is very involved in music has their instrument, which is the thing that they've felt like they're associated the most to. And it's just funny that I didn't start off with that one. I started off with something else and I'm moving to it. And yeah, I've seen many instruments. There are some instruments that I think are really, really cool. There's I think it's a Japanese instrument where it has like this thing that pops up in the middle and like you can play two sides of a string instrument because of the pivot points in the middle. It's like a guitar on either side, which I think is really cool, but it's still just not the same. I'll be really good at the piano. Have fun. I'll try to ask you about it later next time. It won't be until like a year from now, because once the floor goes up, we're not going to do anything on the structure until next spring. So yeah, maybe in a month or so we can get the structure up, but then I got to get stuff moved in and all those sort of stuff, or all those sort of things. So, the koto, oh, maybe. Okay. Piano is hard, and cello. Is cello the one that stands up? Let me check real quick. Yeah, I could imagine cello being tough. Just from the weight of it. The big one, yeah. Let's see. Yes, koto is correct. Because the way that this one, I believe, is that I think you can play both sides. You can also have... You're going to have so many different things with this. That it's almost like the piano version of guitar, I think. The viol family. Yes, I love the people who play that family and get very anal about somebody calling a viola a violin. That is such a music nerd's like pet peeve, and it's the funniest thing. Hi, Arctic. It's not even tuned the same though? No, it's not. They just look similar. The problem is that if you put a violin in a small person's hand and a viola in a large person's hand, their relative size looks the same. So people can't distinguish the difference between the instruments because it looks the same from person to person. Entire orchestra like shitting on viola players. I feel bad because I really don't enjoy the thinness of violins. There's nothing wrong with violins, but I always felt like violas, I think they're, I don't remember how many steps down they are, but I feel like them being stepped down makes them more attractive for my ear.
Hello.
I mean, me done. You want to know why people don't leave violin cases laying around? Oh no, what's this? Yeah, there's violin, there's viola, there's cello, there's a big one after cello that's like a bass, but I can't remember what it's called. It's a big boy though. It's deeper than cello. Because they'll get stolen. Want to know why people don't leave viola cases lying around? Because they'll get destroyed. It's the upright bass. Is that, what's the name though? I'm gonna check real quick. Oh, it's just the double bass. That's what it is. Okay. We'll leave more violas there. Why do people not like violas? I always thought it was a fine instrument. Oh. It's a really complicated thing. Is it because it sits too close to other like too close in octaves to other instruments, whereas violin is more apart? Oh my goodness, maybe. Wait, is Chloe here? Maybe I'm blind. I started about using the banned words. I started using them, so I want to apologize. I didn't mean to bully you. It was really meant as a joke, but I understand that one, text has no tone, and two, if you joke about something long enough, that some start to mean it, and that's not what I wanted to do. I'm sorry, Delta. Really? I've been worried about this for all of you saying today. Yeah, so you're fine. It's nothing against you. It's nothing against anyone in particular, because if people know me, I don't really hold grudges against people. It's more of the fact that, like, I came to the realization after stream, and so I decided to just deal with that. I don't really I don't apply any sort of disdain towards people who don't know. You know what I mean? Like, you know those people who are in friendships or relationships where they get upset at the other person for doing something, but they never told the other person what they did to upset them, and like the other person gets blindsided by the fact that they're upset. I try not to do that. So like, if it bothers me and I don't say anything about it, obviously people aren't going to know. So it's not anyone's fault, but now that like it's been established, if it happens where people do it and now they know, then it's like a different story, right? And for the most part, I know where it's coming from. Like, I know I know the basis. I know where people mean it, right? But it is almost like not like cabin fever, but the repetitiveness of it from different people, right? Because it's not always one person, can get under the skin. So I just decided that I was like, I'm not here for this. So I was just put out a blanket statement. This is what it is. This is what we'll deal with, and we'll just move forward. I forgot to add at some point. That's fair. Yeah, no, dude, you're fine. Now it's a rule. Now it's different. I forgot to write it out in I forgot to do some stuff. I wanted to do some stuff with it. But I just got so distracted with the Vertigo stuff and like building stuff yesterday. I never got a chance to add it. Basically, a lot of violin players who couldn't get into the violin section will go into the viola section. is a stereotype at least. So people would joke that viola players aren't as good. It's kind of mean, but mostly good fun. Viola players have some really good clapbacks. A lot of composers didn't really know what to do with them, so their parts are often simpler. Oh, I see. So it's kind of like the whole thing of like making fun of bass players, like in rock bands and stuff. And like, oh, the bass players are just people who wanted to play guitar but couldn't do chords, like that sort of thing. Oh, Yama, we had a new rule that I had to put into place due to some reoccurrences with while playing Silksong of me getting frustrated with the game and people just being like skill issue and stuff. And so it got under my skin one stream, and I realized that because of that, it probably brings stream down, as well as a couple of other things, and makes it uncomfortable to try difficult games on stream. So basically, I just put it in. We updated the rules with I am not a bully the streamer type of streamer. So now, if things like that happen, that I have a rule basically to point to and be like, let's not do this. Show the bass some respect. No, I love bass players. Bass players are like the offensive line in like football. Like bass players are important because they're like bass is the type of thing that changes and rounds out a sound, and you have to have it, but you never notice it. So they're kind of like unsung heroes. They exist, they have their times, and sometimes there might be like bass solos and stuff, but your sound profile without them would be significantly worse, even though that you don't recognize the bass profile while listening to music, because it doesn't carry a melody, it doesn't carry a beat, you know what I mean? Bass players hold it down, mad respect. 100%. And it's completely like it is a pretty thankless job unless you're in a band, because a lot of bandmates know how important their bass player is. Just like a lot of bandmates know that the drummer is primarily there to set the beat, so they use them as a tick. And the drummers will use guitar players as aggressive based on like how their tone is and whether or not they want to go louder or not. And the whole accompaniment gets rounded out by bass players. Now, bass players just kind of follow along with how everything else is going, but it's a requirement to have them basically, because if you don't, it just sounds bad. So it's kind of like the dirty job of a band, of like it's like being the trash collector, or it's being like a septic maintenance or shit like that. It's not always the most glamorous job, but if you didn't have it, you'd know. But you don't know when you do have it, and yeah, it's a whole thing. Imagine dying to terrain. I say with a suspiciously half of my deaths coming from terrain shaped bag behind me. Doesn't help that they have a weird clef on the sheet music. Oh yeah, because don't they sit in between treble and bass? Hang on. God, I haven't seen their. I really like clefs. A1, A2, alto. Yeah, the alto one. Yeah, because there's like, yeah, there it is. Yeah, okay, so it's a step below the normal cleft and a step above the bass cleft, which is okay. So there's treble clef, bass, alto, and tenor. Man, that's so funny. It makes sense for sheet music, but soprano. Oh, right, because it changes on the line. Yeah. Oh, that is so weird to look at. I've never really dealt with sheet music, to be completely honest. Because I play guitar, right? Like, I know face, I know, E, D, G, A, B, C, or like whatever. Like, I know notes and stuff like that. but that's only because I went through a lot of my own music theory. And it's amazing how much I saw a very popular teacher who was basically like, when people want to learn an instrument, the first thing they do is they go to pick up the instrument. Nice. And it's joke about guitars that can't read music here. I literally can't, because we just use tabs, which is hilarious and works fine. Yes, I do play games. But yeah, I was watching this guy who was talking about music, and he was like, people always tell the people who want to learn how to play instruments always pick up the instrument first and then know nothing about music in general before they start playing it. And it's the equivalent of picking up a pencil without knowing anything about art. So like, I thought it was really interesting because how I learned to play my my guitar was I fiddled around. I fiddled around for a little bit, and then afterwards I got really interested on why things sounded good, like why things worked and why things didn't. And then I spent like 2.5 weeks just learning about music theory before I picked up the instrument again, because I got so encapsulated in all of the thank you for the follow. I got so encapsulated with all of the uniqueness, but also at the same time reasoning behind why music works, as I explained on stream, with waveforms and sounds and stuff like that, like on a fundamental mechanical level, why music works. And then from that and moving up, how we ended up with scales, how we ended up with modes, how we ended up with this and that and all the other things. And I was just like, this is really cool, because there are very few times where like an art form has been created and crafted in a universal way, and a universal understanding for everyone to use, you know? Like, art is highly subjective. Perspective is not. Perspective is not subjective. Perspective is objective. So when you're working in a perspective-based thing, you can have tricks and tips and all of these things on like how perspective works, but because art is very subjective in its creation, the rules are not always applied to everyone, or they're not uniform. Thank you for the face rubs. But when it came to music and the fundamentals of music, we all kind of were like, okay, here's the notes that we use, here's the frequency we start on, here's how octaves work, and we all came together to create that basis, which is just really cool. A lot of guitarists just know how to read guitar tabs, more to do with the physical placement of fingers than the actual correct. Thank you for the super love. Yeah, a lot of because a lot of guitarists can learn sheet music, but I think what it comes down to is that because guitar has so many of the same notes across the entire fretboard, that it's easier to learn tabs because it is what is comfortable. It is where it is comfortable to play those specific notes on the neck of the guitar, rather than here's where the notes are and then trying to figure out where that should be played, whether it's lower or whether it's on the lower frequency strings higher up or on the higher frequency strings lower down. Tabs are easier and chords are easier. Yeah. I don't know how to read a lick of sheet music. And I just learned everything through tabs, because it was much less of a learning curve, because I didn't really care to try to learn how to read sheet music and then play guitar. I wanted to play guitar, and I wanted the route to what I needed to, like where I needed to go to make the sounds, pretty much. Mr. Jimi Hendrix. I mean, dude, there are so many popular musicians, and very, very well respected musicians who straight up don't know any music theory at all. They just have a really good ear. And when, yeah, this sounds good. And then other people will take that, like people who know music theory will take that, and then they'll take that, and then they'll be like, well, yeah, it works because of, like, according to music theory, here's why it works. And then people are like, yeah, sure, whatever, man. But there is something to the adage of music theory will only help. There are some people who don't know music theory that are kind of limiting, that they'll have a consultant come on who knows music theory, and they'll be like, well, why don't you do this, this, and this for it? And then they'll do that and be like, oh, that works really well. It's kind of like a shortcut to know music theory, but because music theory is so big and so massive and so many different aspects can apply to different things, learning the right type of music theory for your application can get, like, is you know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna have a composer who can write every genre of orchestral music. They're gonna have a composer who's really good in their field of orchestral music, and then you'll have other people who are really good in their own field because they've specialized in it. You know what I mean? The song is just good. I don't know why. Yeah. Okay. Bye, Gwen. And it's really cool. And that's kind of just where music in general just came from. It sounds good, so I played it. And then you write it down, and then somebody goes, oh, well, it sounds good because this, and that thing. And people just go, okay, cool. I'm gonna keep doing the things that sound good. And it's just like drawn art in that way of like chibi art is a great example of that. Of that doesn't atomically work, but it looks good, and people agree that it looks cute. And then somebody will come along and be like, oh, well, yeah, it looks cute because it looks like a baby. Here's the big eyes and like the big forehead and like all of the proportions are like close to, so it triggers that part of our brain that relates to, and then people go, oh, dude, fucking, I don't know, it just looks cute, right? It's almost the exact same thing of, we made a thing, we thought it looked good, and then some psychologist comes along and you're like, well, you think it looks good because of X, Y, Z reason. Music. We played this song with these chords and it sounds good. Music theorists, oh, well, it sounds good because you're actually doing you're playing these and then you're rotating up into a different scale, which, moves the tonic so that you're now playing in this upper register, which is kind of resolving in the blah, 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 blah. You need to know the rules to break them. Yeah, but the thing is like, knowing the rules intrinsically and knowing the rules like explicitly, right? So when somebody does perspective who doesn't know anything about the rules in a like I went to school and was taught the rules sort of sense, but knows about the rules because they look at buildings and how it works in their eyeballs, you know what I mean? And they go, well, if I wanted to translate that from my eyeballs to a paper, here's how I would do it. It's just wild how differently human beings can create things through their own like their own mind's eye, I guess, or mind's ear, where they just go, yeah, this looks good, this looks right. Well, and in that case, I guess they would have a reference for it, you know what I mean? And then people were like, well, yeah, it's because this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, okay, it looks good. This feels right. Yeah, and there's not a lot of people, in the world that can do that. There's not a lot of people in the world who can do, I created music without knowing anything about it, or I created a song without knowing anything about music, and it just worked. I think that is a very, 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 very small, like, niche group of people, but I think it's cool and interesting that like those type of people even exist. Why is their stick so long? I don't know. I think it's just design. One of the things I saw with this one is it's kind of designed to be used in like a group setting where there's a bunch of other people with the same model who all have like different customizations with it. I think some babies can be cute. I definitely think there are ugly babies. Don't get me wrong. I definitely think there are ugly babies, and I think there are cute babies. And I think it's because babies are just smaller human beings, and like we can see cute faces on adults and cute faces on teenagers and cute faces on babies, and then we can go, oh yeah, that looks like that same thing. And then you can see ugly faces on adults and ugly faces on teenagers and ugly faces on babies. They're loud and annoying, and I don't like it. I think I think it becomes a different thing when you have some sort of relation to the baby. I kind of agree that I don't like babies in general, but I also definitely know for a fact that like if it was like my niece or a nephew, like blood related to me, that it changes a lot. And I think for the most part, that's with everyone. I've definitely seen some mothers who are like, I hate babies, except for mine. I love mine. Mine is very sweet and could do no wrong, but everyone else's child sucks. I have seen that. And it's very funny. It's a beans and toast night. Oh God. Make French toast. French toast is actually something I used to commonly do when I didn't want to cook, because it was just put 2 eggs in a bowl, whisk it, throw bread in it, and then throw into pan and done. My nephew was a baby once. I didn't like that one either. Hey, I mean, that's fine. I have definitely seen some well-behaved children, though. And the thing is like, I think up to a certain point, it is so based around the nature of the child that like you can't do anything. But I also know at a certain point it is based around how the child was brought up. For instance, there's only really so much you can do about a 3 or 4 month old's temperament. Like you can't teach a child to not cry, but there are definitely 3 or 4 months olds who just like straight up don't cry or don't like do anything other than just exist. That is cooking. Is it though? Cooking. And my last can of syrup was used up. Can? I'm sorry, Budsy. Can of syrup? Like a thing you open with a can opener? Oh no, I don't do any of that shit. No. You just throw eggs in a bowl, add a little bit of vanilla extract, and then throw in a pan, throw bread in it, and then throw it into a pan. Do you not get real maple in a can? No, I get real maple in a bottle. It's like 20 USD to 30 USD a bottle, but like... Well, I live in New England, so a lot of our maple syrup comes from Iran. No, it's a plastic bottle. It's a plastic bottle. Can we get it for the funny bottle shaped like a maple leaf? Oh, I've seen that before. I don't think I buy that one. Also, can we talk about the fact that you can buy like pasta sauce for like $1.50 and the pasta sauce comes with a free jar? Like they have to sell this shit not at a loss, and you get a free glass jar with pasta sauce. I feel like most of my money is paying for that glass jar, and like 10 cents of it is going to the actual tomatoes in the inside. We just have Stroop. I mean, in the United States, there's maple flavored corn syrup, which is a thing. I hate the flavor of the sauce, but I love the jar. Yeah, you pay $1.50 and you get a free jar. I need to start saving my jars. I don't know what I want at. Thank you for the follow. I need to start saving my jars for something. Because like I've been throwing them out. And I don't know. I feel like I can use them for something. Speedy recovery. I'm good. How are you? Soup is basically just thick sugar fluid. I don't like stroop waffles a thing. Is that something from Germany? I'm also waiting for my model to go back to what it normally is. I realize that we just get somebody new in chat that still has not seen my model yet, and I'm in a completely different model because it's a redeem. Oh. Stroop waffles are delicious. That's fair. I don't know what they are though. Is it a donut? I don't know what it is. It might be a pastry. Is it donut? Research stroop waffles from either the Netherlands, Belgium, or Germany. I'm pretty sure it's from Germany, but I don't know. It's like a honey soaked thing. Oh yeah, that's right. Should finish making my food. What you eating? Is it good? Oh, I guess you haven't finished making it yet, so you're not eating it. Unless you're like me and you eat the ingredients. Waffles. Oh, waffles. Tasty waffles with lots of syrup. I sample the ingredients. Me leaving some of the brownie batter behind so I can eat the brownie batter. I'm barely waking up. What time is it for you? I'm barely waking up. What time is it for you? It's 8 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, it's created in the Netherlands. Oh, you're an hour behind me. Okay. Oh my god. I'm very yawny today. I'm so sorry. I did not sleep well last night. Oh my god, dude. My dreams last night were fucking all over the place. So you guys want to hear, like... Chat, you want to have some talks about the way I dream? I'm a night worker, so... I'm night, sleep, mornings, and days. Oh, what do you do for work? Unless you can't say. So yeah, I don't have nightmares. Because I'm not really afraid of very much. In my dreams, there's nothing that can like instill fear. So I don't, and my anxiety is not related to those sort of things. So instead of nightmares, the only dreams that have a negative effect on me are disturbing. Graphic design and animations for books and some indie games. Or do you do like do you do frame by frame, or do you like do puppeteering? So last night, one of the dreams that I had, oh god, it still is like disturbing to think about. And it was one of those dreams that was like I was sleeping deep enough that I could actually, like, it felt more real. So one of the dreams that, oh, there we go. Oh, I'm in the corner. One of the dreams that I had was I was back together with my ex, or no, my ex was in the same building as me, and apparently said or did something wrong, and I kind of walked out of the room that she was in, and I was just frustrated. And I remember my mom walked into the kitchen and she was talking to me about it, and I was just kind of like feeling like, man, like things aren't gonna work out, like there's no way for things to go back to the way they were, yada 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 yada, right? Oh, thank you. And so my ex walks out of the room that I was in with her with and comes in, and my mom just starts chewing her out. Again, this is a dream. Just starts chewing her out and kind of like, I don't want to say putting her down, but it's more just frustrated in the situation, right? So she leaves, and I'm kind of sitting there, and I'm like, I'm not sure what's going on. And so she composes herself and comes back in. And she starts apologizing, and like, you know, she took some time to think to herself and yada, yada, yada. And I kind of was just like, yeah, I really don't know if it's going to work out. And my mom stepped in, and she was just like, absolutely not. You're not healthy for him. You're not good for him, yada, yada. And her reaction in the dream, her reaction was so visceral, so like full of desperation and outcry, where she slammed her hands on the countertop and walked by out of the kitchen across the front of something and grabbed something and then went back into the room. And trigger warning, bad shit happens. Grabs something, walks into the other room, and I hear my mom say something along the lines of, you couldn't hit anything at like 10 yards with that gun. There's no way you're going to be able to do anything with it. You better just put it. And I hear a scream and a bang. And dude, my dreams are not normally like, no, they're not normally like that. Normally, they're very much so centered around me, what I'm doing, and my effects on the world. To have it focus so hard on somebody else like that, to the point where they offed themselves, and the way that, like, how deep I was in the dream, that the scream before the gunshot was just like, it was blood curdling. And I walked to the I walked up to the door, and I really didn't want to open the door because you don't want to see that, right? And something in the back of my brain went, you're in control of everything, you can fix this, right? And I told my mom, just open the door, I need to see it. So she opens the door, and I'm not going to describe the scene, I'm sure you can imagine. And I immediately feel my brain go, all right, time to fix this. And I drop to the floor. And everything starts rewinding, where my consciousness basically comes out of my body, and my consciousness is seeing the world like flitter back in time, and it goes back and it goes back and it goes back. And at some point my eyes close and they reopen, and she's laying next to me and she's alive. And then I wake up. And I am laying in bed. I'm like staring at the ceiling. I'm laying in bed, and my psyche is shot. Because when you're, and it wasn't one of those things where like the slow wake up process, you know what I mean? Like you wake up in the morning and everything is like sort of kind of coming to. It was a very aggressive, okay, things are fixed, and immediately dropped the dream and woke up. And I was laying in bed, and the going through my head was, it's okay, I undid everything. Right? Everything is fixed, everything is fine. Not actually gone. I'm awake, so it's not like it really matters. That didn't happen. But there was a lot of like conflicting things happening. Yeah, it was a wake up now thing where you're like super groggy, and like it's one of those ones where it's either you're still dreaming and you don't know, or you're definitely awake and you know you're awake, but it's still hard to fight that feeling of you're still dreaming. My dreams are funny shapes and colors that make my head hurt when I think of them too much. That's fair. I hear that stress can do things in your day-to-day can heavily influence how your dreams turn out. Yeah, so it's more of like, I think in that particular scenario, because of my autism and like my lucid dreaming capabilities, I'm pretty sure in that particular instance, it was the feeling of obligation of causing something bad to happen to somebody that I used to care for, and like what type of person I am to drive somebody to that point. But even like right now, I still can't shake that feeling. because it was one of those dreams that was real enough that, like, I've lucid dreamed enough that even in dreams, my natural state is I can control everything. Like I told you, I send everything back in time. So like, there are very few times I'm so deep in a dream that I don't realize it's a dream or not some like weird alternate nonsense thing. But in this one in particular, just, I've been around gunfire, you know, I know what gunshots sound like. I know what they sound like behind doors. I know what they sound like in different rooms. Like, I've been around weaponry, and I've been around enough situations of people getting hurt and stuff like that. And just the way that my brain was able to tie everything together so accurately is probably the part that was like the most disturbing. I've had dreams like this before. One of my other dreams that I had like this was when I broke somebody's neck. And my brain was like, I'm going to make it very vivid how when you grab their head and turn, you're going to feel every slip of vertebrae in their neck. And I definitely woke up the next day from that one too, and I was like, because like it's not so much phantom pain, it's like phantom sensation of the things you hear or see. Like the segregation from reality and dream is a thin line depending on how real the dream felt to you. So like if you're dreaming and it's like kind of half there, kind of foggy, not really a big deal, yada yada, very big segregation, very big separation of the way the memories are formed. But when you're like really close and really detailed in your dreams to that point, that separation line gets really narrow, and it can cross over to the point where you get very fully aware of replicating it in the real world with your brain. And I think it was just one of those dreams that like, nah, dude, fuck that. And then the next dream that I had was something very like different in an abstract way. Maybe not. Forgot to add that. But I went from something like that to a different dream of like living in a world where there were a lot of like power hierarchy struggles, a lot of classishness in cities, sort of like D&D-esque, snow-covered region. One of the cities that I was in had barren wastelands on the outside and a mountain that was a volcano, and like a whole bunch of like very weird
it's almost
fantasy-esque movies sort of thing.
Payment using your eyeballs.
And in my dreams, I have the tendency to just be able to do whatever the fuck I want within desired limitations, right? So I can do whatever I want, but whatever I want is dependent on how much I recognize it's a dream. If I know 100% I'm in a dream, and then I can change my desires, like, oh, I really want to do this, versus when I'm in a dream and I don't know it's a dream, I could still do whatever I want, but the desire to is vastly diminished because it feels more like a continuation of reality, so to speak. And in this one, the one part of this particular dream I remember specifically was that once you start controlling dreams to the point where you can create just literally anything, it starts getting really weird. So in this particular one, there was a volcano that was exploding, and essentially it was going to destroy more than half of the city that I was residing in. No one could do anything, yada yada yada. And my brain went, oh, I can fix this. And I just drew a square in the air and then grabbed it and then pulled it into a cube and snapped my finger. I don't know at all why that series of events specifically happened. But when I did that, the cube blew up into the size of the actual city. And I just sat there and I went, yeah, that's fine. And all of like the lava and rock and meteors, I guess, all of like the dangerous bits, all were whacking into the outside of this weirdly translucent cube and basically be immaterializing or dematerializing. And I was just sitting there like, yeah, it's day-to-day thing. I'm just basically like God, it's whatever. And I just continue about my day. And I've had a couple of dreams where I do shit like that, and I don't really like comprehend the implications of doing shit like that. I don't remember a lot. I feel like I was on the run in that dream for some reason, leaving or getting away from something, but dude, to be fair, dog turned around is gone. Yeah, I don't comprehend why my subconscious deals with things the way that they do. But after the one that I just had, it was a welcome change. It's like you dream in character. I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah. My dream self and my reality self are very consciously and subconsciously segregated. I will catch my... Okay. And I don't know if this happened with Very too, because Very is also a very lucid dreamer. I will catch myself interacting with reality in my brain in a manner that does not make sense in reality. Like, for example, if I need to move something, or if I was like, man, I wish I could get that remote, my brain will just be like, oh yeah, the remote floats over and lands in my hand. That will be my first like base instinct thought, but I know in reality it doesn't work, right? But so I'll lean over and I'll grab it. But what ends up happening is that type of instinctive thought translates into dream world, where if I was in a dream and I went, oh, I wish I had that remote, my first thing would be the remote floats toward me and lands in my hand. And that would actually happen within a dream. So you end up in this weird situation of how you behave within the world in reality within your mind has been permanently altered. But that also means that anytime you dream, that permanent alternate is what happens. It's very strange. Yeah, dreams are literally your subconscious. And no, Arctic, you might have the inability to picture things inside of your mind. But I'm not entirely sure. If all you dream about are shapes of colors and not anything more concrete, you could have that thing that basically makes it the thing that says that you have a difficulty picturing individual items within your brain. Like, human beings have the capability of picturing an apple, and like I can see an apple inside my brain, and I can rotate the apple inside of my brain, and I can see all the colors, I can see the texture, I can see the way that the stem is this, or this is that, or this is that, like whatever. But if you I can picture stuff. Okay, I have no idea then, because normally that capability of doing that is what translates into being able to dream like that. Oh, people can do that? Yes. Yes. Basically, I can make believe inside of my mind what you would see on like a viewport for CAD. You know what I mean? Like if you saw a 3D model on your PC screen that was rotating with color and texture and all that sort of stuff, I can do that in my brain. I can like see an apple, I can picture an apple, I can change the 3D model of the apple inside of my brain, I can add it, make it green, I can make it purple, I can make it blue, I can make it orange, I can make it yellow, I can make it gold, I can make it gray. And I can picture the skin of the apple, and I can like zoom in, and I can see that, I can see the grain in the stem on the apple, I can see the part that was cut off on the top of the apple, I can go underneath the apple, I can see the little flowery flangey bits on the bottom that are kind of like brown with the little nubs around it. Like, I can rotate an apple in my brain and see every aspect and part. I can make like a flat picture, but I'm not going to be looking around it or changing its color. Yeah, so like in my brain, I can do that. I can put in my brain, right? I can picture an apple on a pedestal, and I can walk around the pedestal while looking at the apple.
Your eyeballs pay
like,
for dog's
I can
food, though.
create things inside of my brain that is basically the viewport of my actual eyeballs, like in reality, to simulate what my eyeballs in reality might see, not just like a picture that hangs in my mind. Yeah, some people can't rotate things in their... Some people can't even picture it. There's different levels of like capability. Some people actually... Plushie, fun fact, a plushie puppy, she actually legitimately can't create things inside of her mind to observe. We've gone over it very, very thoroughly. And I've gone through different types of imagery. I've gone through what actually happens. And she is incapable of forming pictures inside of her brain. Is it just a spinning fish playing low quality Funky Town in dog's brain? No, it's the one rat with the it's the one rat with Freebird playing behind it. Yeah, if I try to do that, it's just flat. Like a billboard, like you know those old video games where if like you rotate around something, it's just the flat image that faces you the whole time.
Hello.
Yeah, basically like that. Kind of like Baldy from Baldi's Basics. Yeah. So this particular affliction is called aphantasia. Now, I don't know if yours is different because you can, like, can you, okay. If you make a picture, if you make in your brain a painting of something, right? Hi, Francie. Like, so you can picture 2D things. So let's just do a painting, right? It's a painting of an apple. Can you picture, if you were to lean in really close to the painting, right? Can you see like the way the acrylic paint builds up on the canvas, right? Can you picture the way that it might sit on the canvas itself? Or is it something where it's like, no, once I get too close to it, I lose, I don't have that. I don't have all that detail and texture. It's just like the flat image, basically. Hi, Franzi. How are you doing? Every furry. I can't tell if that means if Franzi is outing themselves as a furry or not. Damn, is that up? No, we hit 500K, I think, last week. I don't know how it climbed to 500K over the course of a month or whatever. A coin was flipped many times and it kept being positive. Oh, day to day. I don't know. I don't know. I do be a furry. Yes, yes. Oh, really? I didn't know that, Franzi. IRL stocks are going stocks. Really? I should talk to Moist. I didn't know that, Franzi. Oh, I just clicked on your name. I see your profile picture. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let me lean in here. I see purple wabbit with green hair. Okay. Okay, anyways, the painting did not do paint. It's more like printing out an Apple picture. Injector dot prints. Oh my god, Pudsey, only you would ask that. That's so funny though. Okay. So you can't really picture texture. You can only get, like, do you do color? Like, can it be red? Yeah, but simultaneously dollars down like 10% just this year. Oh, interesting. Haven't happened since like the 60s. Yeah, the economy is all over the place. It's mostly just outlines. Oh, okay. So yeah, you probably do have aphantasia level 1. Or sorry, level 2. So level 1 is you literally can't picture anything. Level 2 is dim or vague, such as only color, only vague outline. Level 3 is moderately clear and vivid, so you can have details, but you can't get like really deep. 4 is clear and vivid, and 5 is lifelike. I have up to level 5. I'm pretty confident. When I picture a bird, I can see individual feathers. I can see the beak. I can see the way that there's like little buildups around the cartilage for the holes. I can see the eyes and tear duct on the eyes, the sheen of the eyes, individual feather details, like, or the scale on the legs and how each scale is slightly different and slightly protruding, and the texture is rougher, and like like I can see very, very clear details inside of my brain. I can't fucking draw them to save my life, but I can see hyper detailed within my brain. You can see the whole picture like that. I can at most see the outlines of a general bird. Yeah, so you probably have level 2 aphantasia. The poofy, stupid baby feathers. Oh yeah, the borbs. Now, drawing and seeing are 2 different skills. It is annoying to transfer 100%, because I believe what we're doing is we're replicating the visual stimulation that we got from the real world. Because like I've seen birds in real life, and I'm just kind of like taking that and putting it in my brain. But what that means is that I have a very hard time seeing in my brain like dragons, for instance, because I haven't had an actual application of I've seen a dragon in real life. Which is the reason why having hyper detailed dreams about things that don't exist is extremely difficult. You have to buy stocks, Yama. Because I can imagine the hyper detail, but I can't imagine the whole picture like that. It depends on what type of picture you're doing. Like, for example, if you just have an apple and there's nothing else, it's just the apple, and you're rotating the apple in your brain, you should be able to do it. But if we're talking about like a very hyper detailed scene, like I'm sitting out in a grocery store parking lot, right? It can get very overwhelming brain process wise to see that attention, that detail in everything in the parking lot. Most of the time, just like what your eyeballs do, is your brain picks a small subsection of that to become detailed. And as it moves around, things fade in and fade out in their detail. Doing the whole thing is nigh on impossible. When you close your fridge at night, do you also salute the light for its service? No, I do not. Yeah, I was gonna say it's like my eyeballs. Yes, that's normal, I believe. Dragons are hard. I wind up going lizard and adding whatever I want. Yeah, Pudsey, I don't know if you were here when I explained it, but I think I told chat maybe last month that for the first time in my entire existence on this planet, I had a dream with a scale accurate, vividly detailed dragon that did not change in its scale or proportions or anything, and I could fly on it. It was insane. And I've never had a dream like that since. You believe? What if it's not normal? What if I'm not normal? I think for the most part, your brain simulating what it gets from reality and up to that is pretty standardized. I'm sure there might be people who could really do that, but I can't. Now that is amazing. It was iconic. I mean, I'll remember it forever because I've never had a dream like that. And I still haven't since, but I have been trying to get that dream for like 15, 16, 17 years or something like that. I can't even think of a proper dragon outline. It's all funky. Can you picture, like if you see, can you translate a picture of a dragon outline you see? Because you're probably trying to make it up, right? But if you had a reference, you could probably do it. Unfair. Yeah, Arctic, congratulations. We've just unlocked the fact that your brain unfortunately works different than everyone else's. You have a very special brain. Very stockless day. Yeah, stock is very expensive right now. Some people bought while stock was at 1,000. I was happy with my outlines. Yeah. I'm sorry, bud. But that's probably one of the reasons why you dream in, I believe, I don't know if it's true, because there are some people who can replay reality in their brain with aphantasia, where they have dreams of real things that have actually happened and they can experience it. But I don't know if that, you know, applies to everyone. So be upset. I have to work really hard just to envision just outlines. It's a lot of work for my brain. Yeah, for me to do outlines, I picture the real thing first, and then I draw an outline around it, and then I get rid of the real thing. That's the only way I can do an outline. Like, if I just try to make an outline in my brain without using any underlying reference, it doesn't work. I have to picture the... And my brain is literally the fucking... You know that r/ the fucking owl? Or rest of the owl or whatever? That's how my brain works. Yeah, I have to picture the real thing first, and then just be like, okay, I then look at its outline and then make it disappear, and now I have the outline. I can't just make the outline. It doesn't work. I don't know if it was a dream or it was earliest memory from my childhood, but I had a dream that I was staring at my mother, who was sitting on the armrest of a couch, changing the TV channels with her foot. Because back in the day, the old TVs had a button that would change the channel. Back in the day, old TVs had buttons that changed the channel. Oh god. And behind her was a white window with curtains in front of them scattering the white light. I mean, could have been something. You should ask her. I see if she remembers. Do you create that thing with open eyes? Yeah, I can create it with open eyes. She won't remember. All right, fair enough. Yeah, so I'm not projecting it onto my eyelids, like inside of my eyelids. I can stare at something and then copy what I'm looking at into my brain and then add something on top of it, or I can just make a white surface in my brain. Everything is white. It's really hard though, because my brain naturally wants to fill in the white space. So I'll have like this weird like smoke protrusions or some movement because my brain wants to do something with it. And then when I finally give it something like an apple, a banana, an orange, apparently a watermelon, that just kind of popped up. I didn't really think of that. Or anything like that, like I can still look at other things and do other things while I have that in my brain. Now, the more involved the things that I'm doing, the harder it is to maintain that because it's harder to focus. But yeah. The second part of that dream was there was a vacuum cleaner next to me. Whiteboard with a doodle. I picture the entire blank space, complete with the marker and eraser at the bottom. Yeah, I do. In order to picture completely blank whiteness, I have to do like purgatory. Like I have to be somewhere that would make sense for my brain to be like, oh yeah, it's all white. Because if I just picture all white, my brain immediately goes to a sheet of paper and then like tries to pull out, or a whiteboard, or like anything that like I've referenced in reality before. But purgatory, which is pure whiteness in any direction, means my brain becomes comfortable with just picturing the pure whiteness. Still gets bored and tries to put things in there, but it's possible. Yes, I can make a whole ass bird with open eyes. There is still some segregation though. There's some segregation between reality processing brain and internal imagery process brain. And depending on how severe one is, it interferes with the other. For example, if I'm playing a video game and I try to picture a bird, the video game's input process into my brain is going to be so severe that the internal imagery I'm trying to do doesn't work because it gets overwhelmed by my senses. Versus if I'm really thinking about something, that overwhelms my internal senses and I start losing the capability of processing what is going on within the world. The tube of the vacuum cleaner, and I don't know if that was a good dream or a bad dream. Ah yes, tubes and vacuum cleaners. Ugh. Yeah, I remember a dream. Oh, sorry, not a dream. I have a memory from when I was a child that I told my mom, and she was like, "You remember that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I fucking remember that." And I told my dad, and he was also surprised because that was before I knew language. But it was so traumatic that I thought about it long enough in my short-term memory that it ended up holding over into my long-term memory. By the way, fun fact for those who are not aware, babies are very aware of how vulnerable they are. Very aware. Because when I was a baby, and I had that before I knew language, everything was processed through subconscious thought, not like you guys do it right? Like today, you've probably done it your entire life, where you don't actually think with language. You don't in your head go, I am going to make sandwich, and then I am going to do this, and then I am going to do that, right? You don't actively repeat those words in your brain. You have the feeling of hunger, make food, right? Or bored, do thing, or go to place, do thing. But you're not using your language center of your brain to narrate what is happening. Because of that thing in your brain, that feeling where you're like flashing pictures aside or following instinct within your brain, is possible before you knew language, because it doesn't require language. It's all sensory inputs or replaying sensory inputs. And when I was a baby, this is really interesting. Okay. Reality is a dream when you are a child. And when I mean child, I mean under like a year old. To explain what I mean by this is that, and I don't know if I should be telling people this because, or going into studies for this, but when you are under 6 months old, reality itself is like a dream. And what I mean by this is that you don't understand how reality works, right? When you are an infant, you don't understand that walls will keep things out. You don't understand that grass has texture. You don't understand gravity. Your comprehension of the world does not exist yet. You have to learn what gravity is. You have to learn what solid objects are, right? You have to learn reality. And it is such a amazing thing for me to have remembered from when before I was very, very little, of I didn't know how things worked. I didn't know that my room kept things at bay, right? I didn't know that doors prevented people from moving in and out. I didn't understand how reality worked. So the only thing I knew was that I was very small and everyone else around me was very big, which means other big things existed, and that's really scary, and I can't defend myself. What if they try to hurt me? What if they just show up and try to hurt me? The concept of like things can't materialize from thin air didn't exist at that age for me. I didn't know the difference between things existing within the world because of like object permanence. Holy shit, dude. Object permanence. When I am an infant, when you are that young, your concept of reality isn't solid. You don't know that things are the way they are and will never change, can't change based on the laws of physics. In your brain, the possibility of something just appearing out of thin air is just as equal as the possibility of someone walking through a door, because you don't comprehend how they can be different or why they are different, because you don't understand reality yet. And because of that, when someone goes behind their hand, their face doesn't exist anymore, because why would it exist? What you don't have any fundamental understanding of reality. It's not there. Well, then it doesn't exist, because what is keeping it there? Where did it go? Why would it fundamentally still exist within that space? And that means that when I was that age, my memory that I had was me crying. I was crying because my brain was in a dark room where anything could apparate in the darkness and anything could come after me in the darkness, and I was scared because I didn't have any of my parents around to fend off anything that could show up, because all I knew was my parents were safe. That was the only thing I understood from being that young, which was basically an infant, was that parents were safe, parents took care of me, which means they could beat up things that were the opposite. And because of that, I was crying, and my dad got fed up, so he grabbed a vacuum, turned on the vacuum, put it in the closet, and walked out and closed my bedroom door. So great, cool. Now I have this crazy thing making a shit ton of sound that I don't understand what it is. And it's just screaming in the closet. I was already afraid for my life, and then something showed up. Of course, it was dark. I didn't see my father. I didn't know that's what had happened. All I knew is someone put a thing in my closet, turned it on, and it was making demon sounds. So, yeah, there's a reason why I still remember that, 25 plus years later. Anyway, yeah, I remember what it's like to have processing from when I was an infant. So, hey, fun. Yeah. Cool. Just in case anyone was curious. First-hand experience here. A combination of dream reality. The first thing I didn't want to do is stood at the door of the bedroom, Mila's bedroom. Memory dream has been relived, twisted, that she become a monster when she stood up. Oh, weird. That sounds like a Courage the Cowardly Dog ass thing. That's what I pictured when I was reading that. I was like Courage just standing in Eustace's or Mariel's in Eustace's like bedroom door, and Muriel like waking up and going crazy and telling Courage to go to bed. Also, hi Moon. I have no idea how we got on this topic. All right. Yeah, I was telling about my dreams from last night and how they were fucking ugh. Just not a fun memory or dream. Yeah, I think the only nightmares I've had that I remember are the nuclear one, the nuclear blast where I was killed by a nuke, but I got to suffer through all of the effects of what it would be like to go through a flaming fireball. And then one reoccurring nightmare about my basement in the town I grew up in that had a furnace from like Home Alone that would just eat me if you showed up in the basement. It just suck you in and eat you. Thanks Home Alone. I appreciate you for putting that into my young brain that things in the basement are scary. I went from your dream to imagining stuff to discovering. Oh, it went from your dream imagining stuff to discovering I can't imagine stuff properly to old memory to now. Yeah, crazy times, huh? Crazy times. Imagine having like thousands of people watching stream and just openly admitting that you had a dream where your ex committed unaliving via firearm and just being like, yeah, I'm normal, it's fine. Dude, I'd have that fucking VOD flagged so fast. Long ago, when Puddle was 4 to 5 cycles old, I dreamed I was helping a turtle from 2 tall, scary men in black coats and black hats in a back alleyway. God, I don't remember what my earliest dreams are. There's one that I don't know if it was a dream or reality. I think it was reality, but I don't know. I can't remember what my earliest dreams are. I definitely know there was one where I got a dirt bike and a box of parts. Yeah, I can't remember. Dreams where stuff happens sound cool. It's very weird. It's very difficult to describe as well, because in dreams, you can go third person, you know? It's like you're seeing things happen, but you're not a part of the world. And you're not feeling anything, you're just watching. You can also have dreams where like it's first person, like it is a reality, you exist here. And then I've had dreams which are a very, very, very weird mix of first person eyes and third person control, where like your motions, the act of moving your body, is not translated directly in the world. A good example of this was like my brain was looking out of a character's eyes, but I felt like a controller was in my hands and I was manipulating the controller in order to have my body do things, right? So my movement within the world was controlled by something that I didn't see, but I felt. And then you can have the inverse where you see things happening to someone else and then feel it's really weird. It's very hard to describe. It's like seeing both perspectives at once. Yeah. Or feeling a different perspective while seeing another. Because your brain has split your visual processing. And it's because it can go in every direction. You can see one thing, hear another thing, and feel a third thing. Because there's nothing within your brain that is stopping you from having different experiences with all of your senses at the same time, because it doesn't need to make sense. Having a variation of sensation where like you could be in a really cold environment and it's completely normal, and then all of a sudden your brain is like, oh, we're in a cold environment, and then it's like really, really cold and it really hurts and it's really uncomfortable, to the point of like severity where your brain cranks it up past what's logical, past what makes sense, and into made up territory of like, oh yeah, it's so cold that it hurts in a way that is like physically impossible for it to hurt. You know what I mean? Yeah, it gets kind of wacky. Interesting one that I've had is a falling sensation. Yeah, did you wake up after that though? Because there's a you can look it up. There's a middling ground of sleeping enough or falling asleep enough that your brain is pushed into a dreaming capabilities, but not so asleep that your what's it called? So its instinctive reactions aren't turned off yet. So like if you're in this memory, in this imagination, riding a bicycle, and then you fall off the bicycle in this transitional state, what ends up happening is you in your brain are falling off the bike. And because you're in the transitional state, you're in the dream, but not in the dream. You're in it, like you can feel the bike and like things are moving around and you're invested, but you're not in the dream to the point where your body has locked out all other processes. So what ends up happening is your instinctive reaction to what is happening from falling off the bike is to put your leg out. It's to knee jerk do something to prevent a fall or to prevent something from happening. And because you're not fully within the dream yet, that chemical hasn't been produced in the body to cut off all of like the reactions and also within the brain. So you end up actually knee-jerk reactioning to it and it pulls you awake. It's very funny. It's very weird, like processing wise. I have dreams where if I stop moving, the collapsing floor will catch up to me. I have dreams where I literally just do a little hop and I'm flying. Those are fun. I had dreams where I was flying against Vegeta in my fastest ever flight dream, where I actually broke the sound barrier. My quote favorite is almost asleep and then wham, I fall, laying down on a bed that I was previously laying down to fall asleep. I was already in the bed. What the fuck? I don't know how I fall when most that happens is relatively 2D shapes that move weird. So yours might be more correlated to not picturing it, but God, this is gonna be so hard to describe. Not picturing it, but feeling it. You know what I mean? Like, okay, when you are hungry and you want to go eat, you can still think about the type of food you want to have, right? Whether you want chicken nuggies or whether you want nachos or whether you want like whatever, right? You can still experience the sensation of your brain thinking about going to get food and then having to make that decision of which food to make. You don't picture yourself doing it though, right? Like you can't walk through your house and then go up to the thing and then like, which food do I get? Yada, yada, yada. But you still subconsciously can experience the process of your brain churning through the thoughts of what to do and how to do and where to do. So the falling sensation for you can be associated with the experience of riding a bike or falling off a cliff. Like, not picturing it happen, but rather the underlying subconscious flow that that process would entail. I can think of it, I just don't picture it properly. Yeah, exactly. So because you can think of it, though, it means you can experience it, right? It's like everyone has the ability to close their eyes and interact with the world. Like, I can close my eyes and move my mouse around. I can close my eyes and go to the kitchen, you know? Like, I can still interact with the world with my eyes closed. It's kind of the same type of process within your brain of your brain's eye is closed, but you can still have the experience of doing those things. Now, here's a different question. Can you play music within your brain? Like, if you hear a song or you hear a melody, can you, inside of your brain, reproduce the tones that that melody is? Oh yeah, shit gets stuck in there constantly. I can mentally sing it if that counts. Yeah, I think that does count. So I was always curious if aphantasia has an auditorial counterpart. So some people can't picture things in their brain, but can like picture sounds in their brain, can replay audio from their ears within their brain and do the melodies and pitch and stuff like. But I wonder if people who are legitimately tone deaf can't have audio play in their head in the same way that people with aphantasia can't have pictures in their head. Le Poisson, Steve. I'm not familiar with it, but I know fish. I'm pretty sure poisson is fish. So the fish, Steve, is yep. Just not with the music in the background. Can you in your brain, can you hear a piano playing? Like if someone just played a piano. Oh God. Okay, Pudsey. Can you picture a piano playing within your brain? Like, it's okay if you have to hear the piano first and then like if you have to hear a song where a piano is playing and then turn the song off and then replay that. Like that still counts. But lizard. Right? That's still fine, but can you do that? You know what I mean? Like if I all right, hang on. Is it this? God, I can't remember. I gotta find the. Give me 1 second. Yeah, here we go. Is that number? Is not that's number one, but oh, it's number one. Okay. All right, I'm gonna see if I can play you a song. I'm gonna see if I can play you a song real quick. And you can do this. You can replay this in your brain at any moment, but do max volume. Is it really quiet for me? Yeah, that's very quiet. Let's try this one instead. Oh, that's kind of full accompaniment. YouTube is best. So this is quiet. First of all, I can't find a loud version of this. So like this is relatively simplistic, and it's one of those things where it's like, when it pauses, can you play the previous notes? Like, can you replay the notes within your brain and still hear it? So like I can hear the stimulus in my brain. Like I can fake recreate the audio. Now it fades after a certain period of time because I'm not deeply familiar with it. So like afterwards, I have probably about like 5 to 15 seconds where I can really well in tune create the audio. But once you start getting further and further and further away from it, it just kind of becomes muddy. Just play some C418. Yeah, I guess that's fair. If I try to do that, my brain says no. Really? Interesting. Okay. Dun, 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 boing, boing, boing. Like, I can hear it. It's like kind of like trying to hallucinate to some degree. But yeah, I was curious if that was impacted at all. And then the SFX can cause the brain must recreate it accurately. Yeah. Oh, trust me, I can hear a lot of different sound effects in my brain very clearly. I know how it goes, but I can't regenerate it in my head. Oh, okay, interesting. What about like a single note? If somebody played a single note for you, can you play that single note in your brain? Like, can you try to get that audio to recreate in your brain? I wonder if the thing that's pictured is tied to audio processing too. God, I'm gonna have to watch that on the one passant. If that one really high piano note counts, yeah, I can. But it's a bit funky. Okay, that's fair. So it must be limited to simplistic things, like a single note. Like a ding. I was like, oh yeah, I can hear a ding, or I can hear a dong, or I can hear a bung, or I can hear a bong, but I can't hear like like, huh, okay. Well, hey, fun fact, you probably have aphantasia. You should go get that looked at. Because that is not how most people's brains work. It's so interesting as well, because you don't live your life in a particular way, right? The people who are like, I don't get the joke, they all look the same to me, and finding out they're colorblind, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Just be like, guys, I don't get the joke. And they're like, uh-oh. Wait, like, are you joking with us, or do you actually, like, can you not see the joke? Like, I can't see the joke. Like, oh, buddy. Oh, we're gonna have to have a conversation you are not going to like. 'Cause, you know, when you're an adult, you just kind of like, you know, the blue is a different shade of green sort of thing. Does it matter if you have Fantasia? You mean aphantasia? No, it's not a bad thing. Well, it could definitely be an impact. For example, for Plushie, Plushie can't imagine what clothes would look like on her, right? And that's one of the things that we talked about that like she really hates or she really struggles with, is that until she actually wears something, she has no idea how it's going to look on her because she can't picture it. Like she can't take the article of clothing and put it on herself and see it. My autofill thing is bad, so I just hear Fantasia. Yeah, aphantasia and Fantasia are two different things. Yes. If I want to see how clothes look on me, I need a mirror, so I feel that. Yeah, exactly. Or people ask you like, what color that would this look best in? And you're like, I don't know, I have to see. And people are like, well, what do you mean? Just pick one or those sort of things. Yeah, it's definitely, it can definitely be problematic for quality of life stuff. Or like trying to do, oh, I want to put a fence in, right? Well, I don't know how the fence is going to look. I don't know what color it needs to be, or painting things or stuff like that can be really tough, can be a pickle. So sometimes people need like assistive software in order to like draw it up and virtually so they can actually see it. A shitty outline isn't going to do much for clothes and color picking. Yeah, exactly. Decorating in general for people with aphantasia is just a fucking nightmare. Like, will this look good in my room? I don't know. I'll have to buy it and return it if I don't like it. I just use the color I personally like more. Yeah, that's fair. One of these days I'll get excuse me. One of these days I'll get Plushie back on chat, and I'll poke around and see if I can get her to talk about it. Actually, is she online right now? Hang on. There we go. Hey, dog likes pork. Oh no, 100%. It is actually. There's not a lot of things in my life that I would think I would classify as an autistic special interest, but psychology and brain operations in general are 100% a special interest of mine. Very deeply. Like, I can't properly describe it. Hi, Nimmy. Everyone's brains have the same base functionality, but then differ in specific locations. Whether that is processing, whether that is I guess processing is the whole thing, huh? But yeah, thank you for the follow. I just got in, I cannot hear, but hi. Can't really wait. Oh wait, do I can't do that. Yeah. Yeah, brains are interesting to me. Oh yeah, dog has toggles. Yeah. Hi, this is my first stream. How are you? Hi, Maru sucks. What's up? That account was definitely created 7 days ago. Thank you for the bets. Get sniff nerd. When was the last time I talked to Barry? I should probably say hi soon. I haven't really. Oh my goodness. I haven't really checked up and seen how things are going. All right, let's see what this should put it in. Is it shorts? I am Poisson Steve. All right, hang on. I'm gonna go grab this and play this on stream because apparently this is something that Fuzzy wanted me to look at. Thanks. And I'm gonna turn off the music real fast. I keep forgetting I have a button to do that. All right, what the fuck is this?
Steve, le poisson Steve, il est orange.
This is so
Il a
bit
des
crunched.
bras et des jambes. Le poisson Steve.
Why do I feel like this came out of, like, this fits right in the GameCube era of Animal Crossing?
Le poisson Steve.
Well, when you go to sleep, it's 5 a.m. Good night, so say goodbye, Maru.
Vraiment très beau. Il peut nager sur la terre.
I don't know what you're
Il peut
saying.
marcher dans l'eau. Le poisson Steve, ils sont forcément mauvais.
A Poisson Eve, inspired by the original work, original creation. I don't know what personage of this guy. So this guy, is it this? Hang on.
Steve, le poisson Steve,
Okay.
il est orange.
He is orange. Wait, they are orange?
Orange. Il a des bras et des jambes. Le poisson Steve.
Okay, so they just did a... Okay.
Steve,
I love that frame.
Steve.
Poisson Steve. Okay, I get it now. I get it now.
Il est orange. Il a des bras et des jambes. Le poisson Steve.
Okay, I get it. Wait, hang on. Do you mean Tomo le Poisson Steve? Do you think they have a full version? The full French version.
Steve, le poisson Steve. Il est orange.
Right, let's do a different anime. Yeah, it
Et
is.
des jambes. Le poisson Steve.
Oh my god, whoa, the animation on the little feet going left and right is so good though. That's such a difficult angle to do. I would not ever be able to do that. Especially not on such a simplified leg. Watch the feet. Watch the feet kicking it out. Dude, that's crazy to me. I don't know, something about that simplistic detail and getting that right, just, I don't know. Oh my god, this should be in Cult of the Lamb. I would love to get the developers of Cult of the Lamb to put something like an Easter egg for this in their game because I think it would be hilarious.
Steve,
It's a bird.
Hi,
It's
Christy.
a plane. Not it's a pilot puppy.
il peut nager sur la terre. Il peut marcher dans l'eau. Le poisson Steve, ils sont forcément mauvais. Mais on aime bien.
Do you think it like? Do you think the English one would work as well? I don't know if the English one would work as well. The English version. What is that?
Steve the fish Steve. He is orange, yeah. He has arms
It's not bad.
and legs. The fish Steve.
It's not bad. No, it's not as good as the French one. But like, it holds its own. It just doesn't have the same like crunch to it.
The fish Steve.
Yeah, the audio, the lyrics to it are too clean. They needed to have the they need to have that like crunchy like low bit rate effect to it for sure.
Steve, le poisson Steve. Il est orange.
Guy just fucking
Il a des bras et des jambes. Le poisson Steve.
the fucking lizard blink. Okay, well that was a rabbit hole I was not expecting to go down. Oh my god, this, yes, wait, hang on.
Steve, le poisson Steve.
Guys, I have a problem.
Il est orange. Il a des bras et des jambes. Le poisson Steve.
Oh, they did the whole thing. To be fair, the hole did smell fishy. I know, I had to go down this hole. Oh my god, there's different colors.
It's almost time for dogs hourly payment using your eyeballs.
Le poisson Steve. Il est vraiment très beau. Il peut nager sur la terre. Il peut marcher dans l'eau.
Okay, I need to get away from this. That was very, very cute though. I like that. That's good. Good stuff. Boo, I cannot like right now. I might be doing a little bit. Oh, plus you might be able to join us. Okay. Welcome to my entire TikTok For You page for like 4 months. Pudgy, I think that says more about you than TikTok. You're welcome and you enjoy this all. That blast on Steve. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Hi Christy, how are you? Celestial pack member. Holy shit. Human's getting up there. Catch you shit like that gets stuck in my head. Oh yeah, no, it's in there. Trust me, it's in there. All I can hear is just that boss on Steve. Just getting set up to do my thing tonight. Oh, nice. Nice, let's go. I'm hoping your AC stays fixed. La poisson Steve. Ba-la-la, ba-la-la. The best part is because I don't really understand French. I have like the audio bits of the French part in my head, but I don't know the words, so I can't like perfectly replicate them. So yeah. Human. Yes, Human is Celestial now. Oh. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Oh, I didn't show you guys the art that I did for Plushie. I kind of not loving the way I did the collar. I definitely should do the collar in a different way. But I took like, I think it took like a couple hours. No, I think it was only like an hour and a half to do this, because I was mostly distracted by doing the art, getting the right brushes going. But yeah, I'll show you guys the art that I did for plush. I guess I could just drop this. There we go. So yeah, it's kind of big because I did it in a 3000 by 3000 canvas. Do you guys remember? You guys remember how I kept seeing the fleas in Hollow Knight, and I'm just like, wow, look, it's plushy. Yeah, I basically, it was like, you know what? I'm just gonna draw a flea with like some of the stuff that plushie has for her OC, which is just like the collar and the crown and like the little ahegao. No, ahoge. There we go. Sorry, the other one definitely means something different. The ahoge, on top of the head, and I was like, flea. Now and then I'll do art for friends. He has the little mouth. Yes, mouth. Oh, funny thing I had to do today. I had to call the bank to raise my monthly spending limit because it reset on the apartment deal. Oh, weird. But yeah, that's the little thing that I made for plush. Obviously, I didn't do the background. The background is just a screenshot of Hollow Knight zoomed in and blurred just to give texture to the background. But the flea was by me. And there are some things I'm noticing about it that are not right, but it's fine. Also, the fuck would a hee-haw thingy be, or whatever you said? What? Oh, ahoge? AHOGE. It's the little like single piece of hair that sticks up off of a character's head. My spending limit was negative 45,000. That is hilarious. Yeah. There's an actual name for it. No, not that. Okay. Let pause on Steve. Oh, fuck no. Well, it's now officially in there, and it is probably not going to be leaving for a while. Man. Wait until you start remixing with Dirt Man. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Okay. I don't need more earworms. Oh, I know Diggy Diggy Hole. I diggy hole, digging hole. I am a dwarf and I diggy dig hole. Yeah, I've had that one in my brain before. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna go out and enjoy my shaves.
Your
Bye,
eyeballs
Arctic.
pay for dog's food though.
Got there eventually. Also, it's funny that Arctic's badge matches the color name. Also, we're going to play Factory game now. I'm replying to Plushie in 1 moment. The reason they raised my limit is because I needed bank transfer some of the special Ethernet outlets up to the point I could spend money with my card. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Okay. Let me get the flea off screen. I called it puppy, but I spelled it P-U-P-E-A because of the end of flea. I am smart. I am a smart dog. Nice. Okay. Okay. Let us see. Here. Where the fuck am I? What was I doing? Oh god, that's right. I was doing this, wasn't I? I believe this was gonna be half of a fuel factory and half of a yeah, I guess I could do that. So we need to manufacture turbo fuel. Oh, and we already have the compacted coal coming in, so that's good. We have the oil. Whee! Okay. I saw a short about edgewords evolving into a whole system of edge feudalism, and then the edges edgeword would be an edge marquee. The Marquis de Edge? Wow, how edgelordian. Wait, Pudsey, did I tag you in the fucking the funky? I think I did. It was a French thing, and it was the Marquis de something da da da. I can't remember. I can only remember the beats. Yeah, there it is. No, I didn't tag you. I just sent it in the media chat. Hang on. Oh, the mixture's doing thicker now. Okay, hang on. So I believe I was talking about this on stream a long ass time ago and I couldn't find it, but I found it recently. So here it is. Ready?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, we now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse
Cardinale. I saw that once and I was like, I can never unhear that. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. Everybody bites the dust. Oh my goodness, hi Plushie. Hi Plushie. Plushie was busy, so we couldn't get her on in time before Arctic went to sleep. But for those who were wondering, yes, Plushie is the other person with aphantasia.
Hi puppy, hello puppy.
Oh puppy.
VIP,
more like very important puppy. I have still not taken off your VIP intro. I can't, friend. No, you're okay. You got a lot of stuff going on right now. I wouldn't hold anything against you. I just remembered a thing, and then I was like, oh, Plushie has that thing. I think it would be cool to have Plushie on stream. But I'm not going to be upset because I suddenly came out of nowhere in your DMs and was like, hey, we should do this thing. And he went, I'm busy. Like, oh, okay. VIPs get intros. VIPs used to get intros. It started becoming really cumbersome to keep up with every single time somebody new in chat got one, especially people who were in chat but like weren't really in chat, because then it was like, well, I don't know enough about you to give you an intro. So what ended up happening was a lot of the OG VIPs or perma VIPs have intros, and I just kind of forgot to turn them off. But yeah, VIP, more like very important puppy. Oh yeah, the 7TV thing. Right, Plushie. Yeah. So what I probably will be doing is during or when 2.0 happens, I will be transitioning. We will no longer have month-to-month VIP ship. VIPs will be reserved for those who had perma VIP and those who have special relation to dog. And then I'll probably be killing the intro in general for everyone. Just because there's like a very fine line I want to balance between stream invasiveness. You know what I mean? And audio is one of those things that is highly invasive to streams. For example, if I'm in the middle of an emotional game and someone goes, wow, this is so sad, and then their intro goes off, it kind of ruins it. So we'll probably be removing intros in general. I gotta get my very important puppies in while it lasts then. Yeah. Mine is really generic by comparison, just because I was the first one, which makes it unique. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mobius was the first one to ever get a VIP intro. I guess then this goes too. Yeah, that's gonna end up going as well, unfortunately. I might maybe have a button or something that I can turn on and turn off for, like, if we want to do the fun community thing at the beginning of stream where people are like, I want to do honks and stuff, then I might have a button that enables it for the start of stream and then disables it for the rest of stream. Yeah, exactly, Mobius. Yeah, intros can really mess with VODs too. Yeah, 100%. If I wanted to turn anything from, you know, stream into content for like YouTube and stuff, for example, this would be really annoying to either edit out or like, because I'm not going to want to put it in the video because it's just not, it doesn't give quality to the video. It's only really useful for people who are here live, sort of thing. This is my brain. This is my brain going, "Nyeh." I have honestly no idea how much compacted coal I'm making. $600 per minute, I think. According to the trees. Oh god, there's so many things that want to be stuck in my head. Okay. So we need to make turbo fuel. No, I think we can skip a process where we can just use compacted coal and... Oh, no. Oh, actually, I think I missed the opportunity of doing that. I think in one of the refineries, you can do an alternative for turbo heavy. No, it was just normal. Shit. Or maybe I'm misremembering something. I thought maybe it was in the blender. Can you separate it into a different track, the sounds? Yes, I can. But it can mess with the exported VODs as well. So like doing the edit, yeah, I can separate the audio out to different things, but I only have 4 tracks to work with because the first one is the stream audio, the second one is VOD audio. So then I have the 3rd, 4th, and 5th one that I can work with. And then I need my audio, Discord audio, and everything else. So there's only like so many tracks I have to work with. You don't record VODs? No, I don't record VODs. I export from Twitch to YouTube. Because I would have to upload gigabytes of data every day or every week, which would take a shit ton of time. And as you can tell on my network, it's not exactly good. Yeah, there it is. Oh, no, wait, that's not right. Oh, maybe it was just turbo heavy fuel. Oh, doesn't matter now. So... Also, if your ISP gives you a data limit, imagine that would eat it up immediately. Yes, thankfully my ISP does not. Also, data limits are fucking idiotic. As you can probably imagine, as a content creator, I have very strong opinions about that. I don't remember how much was... How much? Cool. Polymer resin. One second. Yes. Yes, they are. Oh, that's all it's used for. Plastic rubber fabric creation. I mean, I could just make more plastic. I'm gonna have... I think I'll sink most of it for now, but I can make more. This is going to need 40 fuel, or 60 per minute. And I think this is 600, that's 600, that's 600, that's not 600, but I don't know about how much. At least I think that's right. Can't remember. Well, we'll just do the first one for now. Oh, I do find it fucking hilarious how the solution to getting around the ISP's control over the actual hardware on polls and stuff, because for those who are unaware, Google has been trying to break into the ISP market for like a very, 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 very fucking long time. But the pre-established IPs have such a chokehold on the overall market that it's making it impossible. The solution was literally, fine, we'll just put fucking satellites in space and do it that way. Hi, dog. I made blueberry muffins, and a bread, banana bread yesterday, only for my mom, brother, and aunt to devour the blueberry muffins yesterday. The moment I got home with them, I only had one whole muffin and a half because the recipe. Dreamin', you do realize this just means you're not allowed to take things home, right? You're just gonna have to leave it in like your car, or oh wait, you don't have a car, do you? You're just gonna have to leave it, you know, where they're not gonna be able to find it. You're gonna have to put that shit in security boxes. So 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ow. I apologize. That sucks. They should leave your food alone. It is your food. What up with brand fiber next time? Okay, that's mean. I don't know if we want to do that. You are no longer allowed any access to baked goods. I have removed your rights to baked goods. Your lack of control will be your downfall. See. Me with snacks. Me when I eat all of my snacks in the first like week of you know, having them, because I literally just straight up just can't control myself because I snacks, my discipline. I'm so sorry, but snacks. Maybe it's right though. People need to eat more fiber. Consume your fiber. They just won. No baked goods ever. Honestly? Yeah. I mean, they're just gonna keep stealing it. You know what I mean? Like, you live in that same house with them and they don't care about what you think. They're just gonna keep stealing the snacks. I mean, baked goods rather. Sorry, I have snacks on the brain. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. My solution to things lately has just literally been stab them. But, you know, I don't condone violence, and I can't say that on Twitch because Twitch will be upset at me, so don't stab them, but why does this feel cockeyed? That's straight? Oh, no, maybe that is straight. Oh, oh, yeah, okay. Not very good at seeing when things are straight. I mean, they'll have no one to blame but themselves if the scale goes up next time they go check. Oh, that's another way of looking at it. Just make them fat. Just make, like, incredibly unhealthy baked goods. Violence is not ideal. I ate your baked goods. That is a crime. I like the way you think, Pudsey. This is crimes against snack kind, and I will not stand for it. I'm not trying to get them in the exact same spot. I'm just trying to get them roughly in the same spot. Roughly. I've chased siblings down for touching sacred snacks and baked goods before they were to be shared. Yeah. Yep. I know they're delicious. They were not meant to be your delicious. Please tell me these are all the inputs and not the outputs. Okay, that looks correct. I was gonna be very grumpy. Okay. I mean, to some degree, that's like a compliment. But also, to the same degree, fuck off. That's my banana bread. Oh, it's because I didn't bring power over there.
Oh, hello there.
Hi, Chips. Put an abomination in the next time you have to make it home. Oh, dude, yes. Put gummy worms in it. I think the only reason why is because raisins are like kind of tough. I think it's more the texture than the taste, because I don't think raisins taste bad. I think they just don't work very well when it comes to texture profile. You good, Pudsey? You got something against raisins that you need to get off your chest? I don't like raisins and baked goods. Well, yeah, what about, okay, what about, was it cinnamon raisin bread? $40 per minute. 22.5 per minute. Oh, fuck you, game. 1.7. Is it 40? I can put that too. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna need 20 of these. The Sunkist raisin bread swirl that makes the best cinnamon toast? I think? I'm not sure. No, I mean, she doesn't like banana bread in general, no matter who makes it. But then again, we used actual banana. Oh man, dude, you know the Big Mike's used to be the banana flavoring that we used, and we had to stop using it because disease like wiped out most of the Big Mike's bananas. Box mix, Pudsey. Box mix, I believe uses banana flavoring. Box mix? Box mix, I can English. Hang on, let me do 600 divided by 40. 15? I only have 10 though. 40 per minute, I'm doing 400. Okay, so that can all go into one pipe. I allowed to yuck this without offending anyone? I think so. Because I think the whole point of box mix isn't really that it's supposed to be like amazing and good. I think it's just because it's easier to produce. Or not produce rather, but it's easier to make. And just because some people don't have time. I don't think anyone's going to be upset. There are some things that like box mixes are pretty good for. I have seen recipes where like, yeah, we use the box mix, but then we do like XYZ thing to them. And then it's like an actual creative way of using box mix to make something really good, where you just do less work. Although I feel like that's more of like a older generation thing. Not sure. I'm very happy that you made actual banana bread with actual bananas. I do not like it, but I understand it. So 22.5 per minute. And I'm making 400. I need 17. I need 18 machines. $14 machines. I need 4 more. Hello. Who's saying hello to dog? Hang on, I'll look at it in just a moment. Oh, hi, Fox. Welcome back. Hello, friend. Snail, give me update. Snail. What? You good? The fuck you on about? Oh, reflective shiny surfaces make brain happy. Alex. I want a new vehicle in War Thunder. Oh, that snail. Okay, I gotcha. We should introduce you to red velvet cake. Yes, I think that you would have a very fun time learning red velvet, not from a box and not from red food coloring. This might sound blasphemous, but isn't red velvet cake just chocolate cake dyed red? I know you said, I know what you said. I know what you said without the food coloring, but at the same time, it's velvet but red. I don't feel like I should be eating upholstery. I mean, that's true. But then again, a lot of the chocolate stuff isn't actually brown. I took the brown dye out of the chocolate and put red dye in it. Yes, and it is. Yes and no. It's a chemical reaction of chocolate in the chocolate cake. Interesting. Okay, tell me more. You will eat the fabric cake. No, I don't want to eat the fabric cake. Oh, no game audio, but I kind of like it this way, so don't change it. I have to change it. I'll just turn it down. How about that? I'll make it nice and quiet today. Chill out. I'll even swap this around a little bit. There you go. There's a game? Yes, there is a game. How dare you make me look up the actual ingredients to explain the reaction as if you're not curious. Okay, still need 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. God damn it, me and pipes again. I'm kind of winging the audio balance right now for what my brain thinks audio sounds like. Going to get ready for bed. Oh, okay. Have a good sleep, Nim. Thank you, Mimi. Acid like vinegar to pull the red from the chocolate out. Buttermilk and Dutch processed cacao. Interesting. So the game should primarily be about as loud as the game audio is. Or the music should be slightly louder than game audio. For relax time. I have no idea. Alright, well, that's fine, I guess. Because the chocolate is an alkaline. There's just no major details. Let's just quick research. Yeah, no, okay. So the red exists in chocolate already. And there's just a acid base reaction that for some reason changes the chemical composition of the chocolate to make it appear red. Which is kind of cool. I mean, it is cool. The quote "kind of cool" was just my brain's default reaction to interesting facts. Because I know Thinky right now. Did I make all the ones I needed to? I feel like I did. Did I? I did. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. So that's 18 of that. Matter of bringing the natural red of the brown chocolate forward. Yeah, because isn't brown just a dark orange? 18.75 times 18, but not entirely. 17.77. $33.1. producing 400. 400 divided by 22.5 times 18.5. 400 divided by 22.5 times 18.5. So we're making 328.8 up 75. 333.3333333. Turbo fuel. Okay. I'm going to pretend that didn't offend me greatly and say, yes, dog, brown is a very dark orange. I mean, am I wrong? Brown does not exist on the color wheel now, does it, Pudsey? Brown is brown. No, brown is dark orange. And orange is a red yellow. Brown is a dark red yellow. Oh, brown is a tertiary color construct. Good stuff. Why are you green? You shouldn't be running at all. Oh, there you go. I'm actually kind of glad that I added this space here. We're gonna spaghetti this, by the way, because I do not give enough fucks. Not today, at least. Greetings, Canis Lupus Familiaris Sapien. It is I, the New Hampshire. Hi, Kai. How you doing, bud? Every time the game saves, a child dies on the inside. It's just me. I am the child. I am dying on the inside. Stop saving when I'm doing things. Whoever found it, browned it. All right, into the sink you go. How the fuck did I mention that? How did I mess that one up? Oh, that's how. I'm doing okay. I'm having ear issues today, which are kind of bleh, but it is a part of life. There's nothing I can do. Nom 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 nom. It's okay. Brown isn't real. Brown can't hurt you. Yeah. I think all of the stress from the last week physically caught up with me. So my brain was like, yep, not allowed to do that. Or body, rather. Okay, so now we're creating a bunch of... Actually, we could double this and still carry everything, right? No, because that would be 666. This is creating 333, which means it'll fit only in a Mark II pipe. So that would be one row. And then we would need to do a second row. That's everything, I think. Yes. So that's our first row. We're gonna need the compact coal, but that's okay. So that's 600. I think this next one is 600 too. Spaghetti. I believe so. Have you ever heard of Transformers? I have indeed heard of Transformers. My legs! My legs. Have you heard of GoBots? Do you know what a GoBot is? But then it meets the eye. Red velvet cake with strawberry cake. With strawberry cake is my beloved, especially with a lush. Okay, 3 different milks to make it nice and moist. So 3 milks, evaporative, sweet, condensed, and whole. Although we used half and half because we were out of whole. Interesting. Do you know that Transformers are a ripoff of another brand? Hmm? You know that Oreos are also a ripoff? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hang on. And 10. Just the giant pillar sticking through. Boo, nature. I agree. Fucking nature messing up my shit. What are you building today? We're working on a turbo factory specifically for drone supplies. So that drone will come out here, grab a whole pack of turbo fuel, and fly back to their home base to fuel their own drone ports. Oreos be the knockoffs of Hydrox, correct? Yeah, I respect that. Like, I get it. I don't either, really. I think I'm just gonna... Honestly, I'm just gonna do this. Oh, I guess I actually could do that, couldn't I? Hang on. I could just do... like this. And then remove this one. Yeah, I'll do that. Because this is easier to line up. He says immediately fucking up. Expendability is the key to the problem. Yeah, so like for me, I think the biggest kicker is that like it's about the supply speed to the ports themselves. Because like if you can have more than one drone hooked up to any port, right? But the problem is that if you, for instance, if you send a drone to go pick up fuel from the first port, and there's another drone also waiting to pick up fuel from the first port, you end up in a situation of the first drone will get everything, the second drone will get the other half, and then the third drone waiting there doesn't get anything. So you end up in a bit of a sticky situation of balancing that in a way where you don't send too many drones to one port and it takes all the fuel. Now, granted, you will eventually oversupply, most likely, the fuel station for your drones. So that drone eventually will stop coming out because it's like, we've gotten so much fuel that The drones that were fueling doesn't need all of what I have, so I just sit here and wait. But I don't know, we cross that bridge when we get there. Also been curious about what contributions Jim Shooter made to Transformers, but I can't really find anything concrete. Transformers was what partially inspired my username. Make a lot of tamales during Christmas and New Year's, especially for my birthday, which is right around. What is it? Okay, that is probably did not say tamale, unless I am wrong. Wait, your birthday is right before Christmas? No, your birthday is the 23rd. My birthday's the 26th. Grabby hands and pouting. Wow. Imagine begging for food. Couldn't be me. Couldn't literally be me. Tamales. Are they hot? Are they hot tamales? I'm begging for food. I'm begging for tamales. Is there a difference, Pudsey? Wait, am I wrong here? No, I'm not wrong here. Those are sacred. But still food. It's still food though. Sacred food is still food. And now we'll have infinite ocean to work with. Fuck you, land. The only problem with this is I'm gonna have to do a thing where like I have excess fuel turned into or used for generators. I wouldn't be able to depend on it, but the excess fuel would have to get turned back into things for generators, which is kind of a pain in the ass. This is several weeks ahead of time. At least we get it from the race. It's so packed around Christmas time. That's honestly the right way to do it. I still feel burned out from Status. I haven't logged in since around the time you were making your other toolboard. Wow, that is a bit ago. What is Status? Is it a different game? It's so much better. That's kind of like tier 9 stuff. Not exactly, but pretty close to like thematically speaking, I believe. Oh, I see. Yeah, I burned out from Satisfactory a couple of times, but I always end up coming back just because I get like, it's kind of a chill game for me. Like I'm not really doing anything with any like big long-term plans because that causes burnout for me really bad in a lot of things in life. If it's something that's a really big plan, I work on it really hard and then I'll get a bunch done, but I won't be done, and then I'll lose the drive to do it. And then it just kind of sits by the wayside and I don't work on it anymore because there's still a lot to do. So I kind of just go where the wind takes me, and I don't really think about how much effort things are. I just kind of like piecemeal stuff together because then hopefully I don't burn out. I envy you for having that problem. Note to self, if you want Pudsey to be happy, get Pudsey tamales. I don't even know what tamales technically are. I've heard of them. I'm aware of their existence, but I don't know on like a technical level what they are. No. Womp. I work out the recipe and ratio, and then I put down the machines according to the plan, and then it just works. It's reliable, but I think it's kind of boring. Yep. I kind of agree with it. Son of a bitch. I kind of agree with that sentiment. Sterilizing the production of things, or taking out the organicness from it, can kind of turn it into a chore rather than fun. Which is the reason why I honestly just don't plan stuff. I just kind of go for it. And half of my fun is figuring out everything on the fly, getting things wrong and redoing it, and spending, son of a bitch, having to get things wrong, redo it, and spend time thinking it over. And yeah, there's nothing wrong with either way. I guess it depends on what aspect you have fun with. Do you have fun with the process, or do you have fun with trying to get to the end goal, I guess? Got a Krakatoa. Okay. Tamales are an ancient Mesoamerican dish consisting of a savory sweet filling wrapped in mesa. A dough made from exfoliated corn and then steamed a corn husk or banana leaf. See. Corn husk. Has to be in a corn husk. I like dumplings. I like bread a lot. Or pot stickers. Pot stickers are also good. Pineapple juice. I like pineapple juice. I like pineapples. One of these days, I'm going to make a future girlfriend very happy. Dog doesn't do well with heat. Oop. Not what I want. Dude, can we fucking...
It's almost time for dog's hourly payment using your eyeballs.
I like the cheese ones too. Cheese is also delicious. I think my Italian might be showing, guys. I love bread. Oh god, I love bread so much. Bread or bread-based things. I love flour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But I believe I'm gluten sensitive, which makes me very sad, but also is understandable because of how much I like bread. A dozen tamales. Hello, I require many tamales. Dog, just fortify and eat some bread. It's also extremely high in calories. Which, yes, I still, even to this day, after a year, am still watching my calories. There's a lot of different tamales. Corn ones being more sweet, or they're spicy. You might like those if you can handle spice, dog. Probably. That's the beauty of food in general, is there's a lot of things that are literally just like, can't handle this, have this instead. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Because human beings have so much of a sweet tooth that somebody somewhere has figured out a way to make it good for that individual, rather. Every family makes their own style. Pizza. It's gonna be like Italians and making a pasta. Or like tomato sauce. I want to stand in the kitchen and sneak tasties. Auntie, behave. Something, something, something. Taking things before they're ready. Something, something, something. Something else at the beginning of, or having literally talked about it not that long ago. I think it would be interesting to make more compact factories, but I've found that in Satisfactory, the machines themselves are so large that if you make them compact, you just end up obscuring the logistics. Yep, I agree with that. Yeah, I love watching stuff move between places. That makes it a lot of fun. I would offer servitude. Well, hang on. I will submit myself to making the tamales. My brain is just like, note to self, note to self, Pudsy's kink is food. Please, yes, give me food. Although, I don't really feel like I can blame them. Tamales are a lot of work. I mean, but at the same time, it's like, how do we put this? Therapeutic, I guess. I don't know. Like, I do agree that to be in the right, there is a right headspace for cooking, but at the same time, it's very productive. Like, cooking is one of those things that when you do it, you feel productive. So, yeah. A lot of work. It is best to make a whole lot at once. Oh, 100%. I have learned that as I've gotten older, just in general, that most of the time it is significantly more worth it to just make a shit ton of food all in one go, unless the food itself doesn't keep very well or doesn't reheat very well, to just basically like do it all as best as you can in a single go. Do as much as you can. What? Oh, yeah. That's fair. We're gonna have to take power from home base. Take it out here. Lasagna actually isn't... Okay, lasagna isn't actually too bad, but a lot of these things get significantly more complicated the more from scratch you do. You know? Like, are we talking about the quick and easy way of doing lasagna, or are we talking about the I made the pasta? You know what I mean?
Ads suck, I know. Your eyeballs.
I returned from ads. I hear
though.
power cut noise. Business as usual. Okay, all right. You don't have to fucking call me out like this. This is ridiculous. Canning is another one. Yeah, that's true. Canning is pretty good. I haven't really canned anything. I should... Man, I really need to get... Once I get into the new place, I really need to get invested in like food storage and prep and making shit cheap. That's fair. Yeah, it is a lot of the times. Depends on how much of a particular thing is made from scratch, because like it's like, oh yeah, mac and cheese is really hard, and people are like, what? I'm like, yeah, mac and cheese, it's tough, because no one thinks like mac and cheese and goes, okay, I need to make the noodles, I need to go out, I need to get the cheese, I need to get the milk, right milk to turn into the cheese, you know what I mean? Like it's a funny sort of social I don't want to say construct, but a social like thing that people do of trying to determine what most people mean by a particular food item, you know what I mean? If I buy a pack of eggs, now I gotta eat eggs every day for a week or they'll expire. Eggs for me last like weeks and weeks and weeks. I try not to keep them any more than a month, but I've had eggs that, you know, I'll buy at the beginning of the month that I eat at the end of the month. Or a month and a half later. I do the little floaty test and they're perfectly fine. I'm like, okay. Or make things to freeze. Freezing is another great one. If you can help it to don't... I'm thinking like off the grid stuff. So mine's a little more specific. But if you can help it, freezing things is actually not good for like power usage, because just to keep things cold, that's all. But if you can the same things, it's normally much better, just because like, yeah, it takes up space, but it's power neutral. Like it doesn't cost anything to keep something canned, you know what I mean? I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with anything. I just brain go burr. Cheese is a better example. If it goes, oh yeah. Yeah. 100%. Mushrooms. Mushrooms are a really big, like, you think they'll last a lot longer than they often do. I've had mushrooms. Like, my brain, for some reason, just sees mushrooms as hardier than they actually are. And they normally go in a week and a half or so. My brain just goes, you should be able to last a lot longer than that. I don't know, just something about mushrooms. I feel like, you know? It is an exempt from canning thing. Freeze your leftovers. But in general, you are correct. Yes, you absolutely have to freeze your meat. Or you just live in the north and put it outside. Which is something I do plan on doing for where I live. I absolutely 100% plan on making a freezer, air quotes, that literally just is outside. Or goes to the outside or whatever. Uses outside air in wintertime. Do people just have constant habits of cooking that they know exactly how much of food they need to buy and buy? Yes. It's a learned thing. So what ends up happening is there's a lot of experimentation once you start living on your own about what food items you like, yada, yada, yada. And a lot of people will just kind of like buy what they need, and then they'll see, you know, at the end of the month or the end of the week or whatever, what's going bad. And then oftentimes what ends up happening is people try to buy things that don't go bad. For example, like, if people are buying chicken to make like, I don't know, chicken parm or something like that, right? And they always have leftover chicken because they don't like eating chicken parm more than once a week. What they'll do is they'll instead buy rice, and they'll have chicken and rice. So you kind of take stable things like rice and you mix it with unstable or spoilable things like chicken. But if you're autistic like my ass, you, or frankly poor, what you end up doing is you go, wow, okay, I'm lucky if I get $200 a month for food because of streaming. So I need to buy the absolute cheapest thing I possibly can and portion that out so that I have X amount of meals, and then free stuff. I saw the notification on your server. The heck happened? there was a lot of playful stuff going on with Silksong that got me worked up, and I realized that I don't want that, and so I had to do a new rule. That's all. So that's 18. So we need another 18. Hello? Oh, there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Again, with getting exactly 14 and then having to do 4 more. $14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There we go. I was worried something heavy happened. No, that's the thing that I try to do. I try to be good about stuff like that. I know a lot of people, just either neurotypicals or potentially neuroatypicals, they let things get to a point where it really bothers them before they're comfortable making a new rule about like, okay, we can't do this because XYZ. I notice things that bother me and then I let it go for a bit, and then if it bothers me again or consistently bothers me, that's normally when I go, all right, this is the thing, I'm gonna put a rule in and basically catch it before it becomes a problem. So no, nothing bad happened. I just saw a thing and I was like, yeah, I'm not really enjoying that, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say, listen, we're not gonna do that anymore. And for the most part, the reason why things become rules is because I don't want people to like get caught off guard if I say, hey, we don't do that here, stop. You know what I mean? Because I feel like people can get caught off guard by things if there's not like a kind of an explanation of why like X, Y, or Z can or cannot happen. So yeah, nothing bad. Just like catching it before it becomes a problem. That's all. Being proactive instead of reactive, essentially. And on your Discord, what's the spicy drama? So essentially what happened was, I was playing Silksong, and there's a lot of like, same thing with Elden Ring and stuff. There's a lot of community sort of mentality of like, you know, get good, or like, you know, those sort of things where a stream, like somebody who's frustrating, or a boss, or like a streamer can't do something or whatever, a community will, you know, they'll tell the streamer that it's a skill issue, they just need to get good, you know, those sort of things. And a lot of the times it's just meant in a lighthearted teasing manner. But unfortunately, when Dog gets legitimately frustrated with things, because I don't have a tendency to like play act, like I don't pretend to be frustrated, or I don't pretend to do one thing and anything like that. So like when I get frustrated with things, I do genuinely actually get frustrated with things, and I try to do pretty good about like not having it be a problem. Like if I get frustrated with something, I understand that it's frustrated, but it's also a challenge and I want to overcome it. Not I'm just beating myself up because of whatever. But at the same time, what ends up happening is that because of that, it's really easy to instigate me with the like sort of low effort meme commentary, and it makes the frustration worse, because the frustration becomes devalued. Like the frustration that I'm experiencing loses its weight when people consider the frustration to be easily provoked. And it's not necessarily a thing against anyone. I'm not like picking out people or anything like that, but it's more that due to my nature, I don't really recognize emotions or feelings very well or very quickly. So it often takes multiple instances of something happening for me to recognize that it is a pattern, and that it does need to be dealt with. So I ended up putting a notification out in the Discord that basically says, hey guys, look, if I'm getting frustrated with something, I'm not a bully the streamer type. Don't engage in like low effort instigation messages, because it just bothers me. And for the most part, people are like, oh, okay. And that's kind of my intent when it comes to things like that, is I want people to be like, oh, okay. Because it's not like I'm going after my community. It's not like I'm trying to make my community feel bad. It's nothing like that. What it is it's that I'm letting people know ahead of time so that people don't have to feel bad that either they participated in it or, you know, it was something that they were doing. Because I would feel bad if people felt like they were responsible for it. When in actuality, it's just like, yeah, I don't really like this. Sorry. Oh, you're fine, Pancake. It's me. I'm the bully you seek. Games are meant to be fun. We had a few people that were doing that in earnest and not good spirits. Yes. You're setting boundaries, essentially. Correct. I am setting boundaries. And basically me setting boundaries is like doing it kindly. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people set boundaries because they've been pushed to a point where they need to set a boundary. And I try to be very, very, very careful about doing boundary setting so that people don't feel like they've pushed me to a point where I now feel like I need to set a boundary, but rather I've discovered a boundary that I need to set and I'm letting everyone else know. Rather than having it be like someone triggered something, you know what I mean? And it's one of the reasons why I try to be very clear about how I communicate and how I talk and all that sort of stuff. And I try to be the person that everyone... Okay, well, this isn't humble at all. I try to be the person everyone should be, of like trying to be a role model of, if something is bothering you and you notice that it's bothering you, deal with it early, not later, because it's easier when emotions aren't running as high. When you put things off to deal with later, the emotions run higher and higher and higher until it becomes very problematic and harder to think about and deal with. Versus if you deal with it early, there's no hard feelings. No one's really upset. It's just like, oh, I see this. I deal with this now. Yeah, exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that's, yeah. I think for Pancake in particular, it is also a personal thing. I know Pancake has a thing where they can say things out of turn, or they can do things that kind of bite them in the ass later in social situations. So I do think Pancake is also just anxious about that they did a thing again, or they did something that they didn't realize was causing a problem, and that might be a personal issue they've had, and they're trying to make sure that that's not the case, which it is not the case. It is not anything in particular that any one person did, but rather an observation of a community interaction that I dealt with. I give it to pets. 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Okay. And that goes in here. That goes down there. And this should be 18. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Okay. Yep. That did not go out as far as it... Okay. And yes, I do try to keep myself aware of people's general dispositions with stuff and learn about regulars and stuff like that, because if I didn't do that, I wouldn't know, you know, Pancake's whole thing with that particular situation. But because I feel like I know, it allows me to kind of like to put a blanket over it and just be like, nope, it's fine. Because I used to be that type of person. Well, the thing is that for where I can say a lot more yabe things, then that's just normal. Yeah, exactly. I used to be the type of person that would let things get too far in hopes that people would see how it affects me, or how things are done to me, and that, you know, I make things very obvious. Why don't people see that it affects me? But over the course of my life, I started basically caring less about that and just being like, you know what? Nah, I'm just going to be upfront about this, because there are people who might not be able to see those sort of things. And because of that, I've gotten better about being clear with boundaries. And I've noticed and seen that as I become more clear with my boundaries and more like focus on making sure things are okay, that people reacted a lot better to it. It allowed people to not worry about their interactions, allowed people to, you know, behave the way that they want to or whatever, in such a way that they're able to relax because they know if something goes wrong or something happens that I'm going to deal with the situation, rather than letting the situation get out of hand and cause unnecessary stress, I guess. Unnecessary God, I can't think of the right word. Unnecessary emotions, like later down the line. It's more transparency. Yeah, I try to be very transparent about that sort of stuff. Yeah, I'm anxious here because I'm afraid of what I'm gonna say or think. It's okay because it's okay, or blah, blah, blah. I'm anxious here because I'm afraid of what I'm going to say or do. Saying other things against you because it's okay here. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like, I try to do my best about setting those lines up. Of like, yeah, you know, you said a certain word and like, I know you didn't mean it in bad faith, but it is a word that I'm gonna have to like, I added to the a filter. Just because like, it's just a word that doesn't need to float around in chat. So I added it to the filter. But I also knew you didn't mean it in a way that was bad. So like, it didn't bother me, you know what I mean? Guys being guys bullying, yeah. Oh, is that only 8? Wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it was only 8. Okay, so I need 2 more. I've experienced it my whole life. Yep. Yep. But that's why it's my job as the sort of community leader in my space to be like, you know, when things happen, this is the healthy way to do it, and this is what you should try to strive to do, and sort of practice what I preach when it comes to stuff like that. Because I do realize that I kind of try to be a role model for people in the aspect of, I don't want to tell people the things that they should do and then go out and do something different. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I sit down and I think to myself, I need to, you know, I need to do this because this is the right thing to do. And regardless of my RSD or my traits in my own brain, it should be handled like this. And because of that, I end up in doing good things and trying to set examples for people. But it is really hard. 1, 2, 3. Because I can also be very reactionary in that way. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Because I can be a very reactionary person when emotions run high, and that's because of the tism. It gets very hard to control sort of my own stuff. But I know that's obviously not good. So I try to do my best about being patient and waiting and letting things time out and then seeing how things are, and then if they're still bad, you know, continuing from that. There we go. Okay, all right. Go pee. Basically, long story short, dog tries to be a good dog. And do things the right way and the way that is minimally effective to minimally affects other people. I don't always get it right though. I can tell you that much. I still have my own plenty of fuck ups. 1, 2, so this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 14. Perfect. Okay. There are like and you know, there are things that like back like last year, right? I had some conversations or I had some things happening in chat that because people, you know, people get comfortable here, which is great. But people get comfortable here thinking it's their space. And I've had some conversations last year in chat that I've had to tell people, I'm like, guys, I want you to understand this is open door. Like, people click on the stream, random people click on the stream, and they're going to see that behavior. And if I don't, like, shut that down, they're going to think that that behavior is okay with me. When in actuality, it's realistically only because, you know, I know the individuals and like I know they don't mean anything by it. But you know, if you start talking about like sensitive topics or discussing specific things that are like you know, it could be taken out of context or whatever, then what ends up happening is that people who come in and see that, well, they're not going to want to stay. So what ends up happening is some people get very comfortable in the space and then they forget that it's like I said, it's an open door system where like random strangers will come in and they will see you saying those things. And to be completely honest, it happens to me too, because I will say or do things on stream and then I'll have a new chatter pop in and they'll be like, oh shit. Yeah, that's right. This isn't just my community watching me. A bunch of new people at any point in time can come in, or I could be scouted for a raid by another streamer who sees me say something just unhinged as fuck and goes, I don't really know if I want to raid this guy. Well, you know, it's my job as the head of the community to be aware of those things. It's one of the reasons why I'm like, try to tell people, you know, streaming isn't easy. It's not just play video game on the internet. It's a lot of content creation. It's a lot of community management. It's a lot of social management. It's just a lot of stuff in general. And sometimes as a streamer, you don't really think about all of the nuances. You just kind of do them. And then you look back at stuff and you see like all the stuff that you need to do or do. And you're like, Jesus fucking Christ, I do a lot of shit. Okay. So we have 3 sets of 18, huh? So we have 54, 810. We are definitely not producing 810. We are producing, I think 600. Five for 5. So yeah, we're producing 600. So if we wanted to run all of these facilities, I'll have to go check. Oh, by the way, yes, I do know about the hover pack, but the reason why I don't use the hover pack is honestly just because I find the jetpack to be more fun. I kind of like zooming around with the skip jumps, and okay, I might not. Fuck him. I just like running around with skip jumps, and abusing the movement system in the game because it's just funny to me. Free elevator. Factory cart trademark. That's Marshmallow out there somewhere. Or Marshmallow 2 rather. Alright, how many do I have here? 25 and 25. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24. Is that right? Yep, 600. I'm back. I got tiny chocolate eggs. It's that time. I'm craving chocolate. Is it like one of the Cadbury eggs? Is it like the little chocolate eggs that have the creamy center inside? So we're producing 600. So I would need... $810, that's right. $25 extra. 50 extra. I think that's a waste. That's a waste. Oopsie. Yes, this is cream egg. Ah, those are good. We could get more. Well, they're each 600. I think Mark 5s only do... They only do 720, I think. 780. We need 810. It still wouldn't be enough. We'd need 2 lanes. It'd still be better. What could we do? 780 divided by 15. We could do 52 machines. Okay. Versus how many can we do now? 40? Got an extra 12 machines? That's almost an entire thing. It's very good, yeah. All right. So... 780. Well, if we only fill up one belt, we can... All right, hang on. I think I know what I can do here. I did not think I was going to need more compacted coal, I believe, which is the reason why I didn't. I think these are Mark 5s. I can't see because it's too fucking dark. But yeah, so you're producing 600. $150 plus 600. Oh, that is only 750. We are we have any other cold nose around here? The temper actual normal. I'm gonna take a peek, but I don't know. I mean, if it's up here, it'll be easier to get to the thing. Bing, bong. Where is it? My left. That. Death to all cats. Dog supremacy. Ah, here we go. We'll just do this. We'll bring a power line up to here. We'll carry this over to this one. A little too far. Okay, that's not exactly what I wanted, but sure. Then what are these? Go. And we're just gonna max this out. So the point of this is basically getting all of these maxed out and onto one bell. So when I inevitably get the next bell, I can just slap all this stuff together. Obviously, as it stands right now, not all gonna fit on one belt, but that means we'll be capped at 780, which is fine. Perfect. All right. 600, 750. We only need 30 for that one, but hey, for this. I got a 12 pack of small ones from the pantry that we have in my community where once every week you can go and get 15 pounds of items, whether it's food items or sometimes even essential items like sunscreen. They restock every Friday and they're closed that day. Imagine you get 2 snacks per day at the pantry too. For like 15 pounds of items like you can buy or for free. Oh, we only have 20 minutes left to stream. Okay. Okay, so 600, 625, 650, 675, 675, 700. $700, 725, 750, 775, 780. For free? That's crazy. I mean, I guess you're kind of paying for it with your tuition. But like, that's crazy. I'm just flies by when you're engaged in something. Yeah, it really does. It really does. This game just eats time. It's kind of crazy. The fact that the developers realize that your time gets eaten so bad that they straight up just put reminders in the game to be like, hey, remember, you need to exist. And then most people go, nah. Okay. Is it the first one? It's the first one. Oopsie. Sometimes we limit on how much item you can get though, because it has to be enough for everyone. Yeah, that makes sense. What do you mean I can't have all of the soda? Sir, you cannot walk out with 15 pounds of soda, but I want all of the soda. Sir, you cannot... Oh god, what is it? Sir, you cannot walk out with 15 pounds of, what's the really expensive herb? It begins with an S. Not sassafras. It's, it's like it grows a flower and it only produces like 3 buds of the flower or something like that. I can't remember the name. It's just evolved to golden dog. Holy shit, dude! I think you're one away from the last tier. I think before you get into the prestige. Let's say sage. No, it's got an S, an A, and an F in it. I know that for sure. God, I can't remember what it is though. I'll go to pick up a friend from work. I say, hey, if you go to the front desk, can you have someone help you get the water we want to buy? They'll bring it out to the car. She goes, you're just trying to get me out of it. Just trying to get out of going to the store. Meanwhile, I'm like, lady, I don't need a reason to not go to the store. That's fair. Saffron. I think that's right. Yes. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. So, yeah. So, like, you can't walk out with 15 pounds of saffron. Actually, how... I think that'd be, like, multiple tens of thousands of dollars. Hang on. £1 is anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000. It takes about 75,000 flowers to harvest a single pound. So assuming we call it even and go $7,500 for a pound, it would be $7,500 times 15. So it'd be 75 and half of 75. So let's just do 25. No, 30? 35? Let's just do 35. So 75,000 plus 35,000. That would be $110,000 worth of saffron. If you just walked out with 15 pounds of saffron. That's a house. You just walk out with a house. Hi, Twins. Oh no, you're here for Val, but I'm only gonna be live for another like 14 minutes. Ripperoni. Spices like saffron would be a lot less expensive if we had greenhouses around the world that just grew every single spice. I mean, yes, but demand as well and application as well. So like you could make it cheaper by growing more of it and making it more available, but that also means like people need to use it too. I don't know the logistics behind that one. Is that the only, I think that might be the only sulfur node. Hang on. Uh-oh. Not here for Val this time. Oh, okay. Thanks. It's just kind of your thing now, you know? So when I saw you, I'm like, oh no, it's time. Not that that's like a bad thing at all. Supply and demand. Yeah, the demand I think is just not high enough to warrant putting more time investment into it. I think also, I think it's a lot of labor cost as well with saffron because like it's a delicate plant, I believe. So you can't just go ripping it out of the ground and grabbing the herb. I don't remember. I kind of want to play now. Uh-oh. What have I done? Thanks for the face job with a handhold. Where the fuck am I? I'm going to assume it's that. Okay. Is it on the edge of this upper part? Oh, no, I think it's lower. Yeah, there it is. Okay. And for this time around, I'm not going to do the hole in ground. I'm just going to ascend it. I don't need to be fucking fancy. I think this is where we need to be. Oh, wait, am I too low? I might be too low. Hang on. Oh, no. Oh, Plince, no, what have I done? Sent straight into Valorant's arms, rip. It's my fault. Yeah, okay, we can't do that. Can I do... Guys, look, I'm just trying to get some fucking sulfur, okay? Around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world. World, 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 world. Turtle. Around the turtle. Might not turtle enough for the turtle club. Turtle, turtle.
Lizard.
Lizard. Oh, that's fine. Lizard. Lizard. Critical. I love that, like, this... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, fucking sure. That definitely wasn't supposed to be one of these. I have no idea how that even happened.
Lizard.
Lizard. Am I not lizard enough for the lizard club? It's updating. I'm so sorry that I've thrown you into this turmoil of a game. This tumultuous game.
Lizard.
Lizard. We might run a half hour over because I want to get some of this stuff done before I end stream. So you're gonna have to deal with dog for a little longer. Oh. Oops. There you go. Alright, I can just run it straight through this. Yeah, extra dog time. Yeah, it's a little extra dog time today. Oftentimes when I'm playing this game, I have a tendency to go over my stream cap. Because I just get so engrossed with, I get very chill and I get very focused on whatever I'm currently doing. And I'm just like, man, it's fine. I'm streaming, but I'm not like really streaming, you know? I'm like doing stuff, but I'm not like really doing stuff. Son of a bitch. I want conveyor belts that carry electricity, please. Oh, fuck you, game. Oh, fuck you, game. Why do you let me place the thing down if it says too long? Something funny happened in War Thunder yesterday. I was playing around battles, so this is the game mode. Oh, you guys lost. We have an AVR and duo clan players. Okay, do you think I have the context for this? My guy. My guy, please. I'm wearing my context hat with a context shirt, asking for, with a context sign. I'm giving context. Wait! All right, message limits. Yeah, all right, fair. What the fuck? I'm impatient. You must send context immediately. I can't type that fast. Sometimes I wonder why I still play. That's me in Overwatch. Although, to be fair, I haven't played Overwatch in a while. Well, then again, for Pancake, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that, so they're gonna pass. Once it's after midnight or 1 a.m. for local times, spelling doesn't count anymore. Spelling is a myth. Oh, that's not right. All right, cause oh, nice, good job. Spelling only exists to make life harder for us. Life farter. Yeah, thanks, Brian. Yeah, well, apparently words only exist to make my life harder too. Okay. So we've upped the capacity to maximum. So now we have 780.
It's almost time for dogs hourly
that's
payment
it.
using your eyeballs.
Oh, right, electricity. That's important. I require more power. Unlimited power! What? No. Me doing all of this work just so I can fucking have drones that get their own fuel. Apparently pronunciation too. Thank you for the pets, Mimi. Fuck words. Work words. Someone stop the dog before the electricity bill skyrockets. Never. You can't stop me. I am fucking inevitable. I don't know how much I'm allowed to have here, but we're just gonna do all of them and then calculate it out later. Oh wait, hang on. It's 780 divided by 15 gives me 52. Each one of these are 18. 52 mod 18. That's 16. So I need to take 2 off. So I have 18, 18, 16. So 18 plus 18 plus 16. 52. God damn, I'm good, dude. I am so fucking good at math. Ta-da! Now we're good. The cheese tax. The cheese tax. Oh god, you know what? You know what's something that I absolutely loved? That I don't know if they even make content anymore. And I think I've already showed this and talked about this on stream. But it was a content creator who did the child, he did a child thing where he had an act, like he was an actor and he played a child, kind of like similar to Stewie Griffin, where he was just like, oh, you got a boo-boo, Timmy, you got a boo-boo, and I'm like, it's nothing, it is a scratch. And I was like, okay, well, we should clean that out so it doesn't get infected. And they're like, clean it if you must, but I could live with it for the rest of my life. Or like, whatever. Update's done. Okay, bye, Prince. And then, and it was like, is it going to hurt? I was like, no. Only a little. And then she puts it on. And it was like, the hornets of Hades have descended down upon me. I don't remember the content creator's name or anything about them, but I just remember that stuff. Like I remember their videos and it was so iconic to me. I absolutely love their stuff and I haven't seen anything from them in like years. I'm not saying they don't exist, but rather that I haven't seen any sort of what's the right word? Like, I haven't seen their content get recommended. Like, it hasn't been pushed in the algorithm at all for me, if they're still making stuff. But I actually don't know if they are. Fun fact, I actually found him through a fucking free VR like rendition of his content. Reminds me of the guy who screams in values. I'm not familiar. And this I'm going to use my hover pack for because this is tedious. Could I do this faster by doing Mark 2s or 3s or whatever and just, you know, doing it that way? Probably. Will I? Nah. But why, dog? Because it just looks better. Even if it is still clipping. I said it looks better. I never said it looked great. I like value. Oh, vowels. Vowels. V-O-W-E-L-S. Yeah, consonants and vowels.
That's suck, I
You got
know.
pretty close there with values.
Your eyeballs pay for dogs' food.
Yeah,
though.
vowels aren't a word we use very often in English. I just found the video. Put it in the React channel. We can watch it on Sunday. All right, there we go. Holy crap. You know what's funny? How did this end up happening? This is still... I have... What? Well, no. Wait, am I must be... Hang on. That can't be right. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. I was like, I have 50-something turbo fuel generators. I had 70 before. That math doesn't add up. How did I end up with less turbo fuel generators than my last plant? No, my ass is wrong. No, my ass was talking about fuel generators. And fuel generators, I had 70 of. The turbo fuel, however, if we have, what did I say, 52? So you have 52 times 18.75. So we have 52 times 18.75. That is a lot of turbo fuel. That is easily 33% more turbo fuel than my last factory. And it will only increase because the only limitation to this right now is just I don't have enough compacted coal. Anyway. Okay, so now we need to go to this side. We gotta do the electricity for this side. I really wish there was an option where if like you clicked and held it that you could, because I don't like the, I guess, no, see, I have to click it and then double click it in order to get it back. And that's just really annoying. Oops. Oh, that's fine. There we go. The time of the night where I can't quite find a match instantly. It must be late. Is 3 a.m. late? Yes, 3 a.m. is late. Is mayonnaise an instrument? No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument. Oh. Yes, Chips. I know. I'm overtime. Oh, that makes 30 per minute. Oh, that's definitely gonna overload that belt. Oh no. I definitely don't have 900 coming down this. Oh no. Okay. It was a statement, not a question. Oh, it's 3 a.m. late. I see. Like, that'll work. Oh god. Oh no. Oh. Ah, fuck. Ooh. Oop. There we go. It should start at 11 p.m. I know, it starts really late. Time zones are a bitch. Okay. I just rewatched the video I sent in the reaction. I can help but fucking cack up at it. Good. I'm glad you enjoy it. I actually like it this way? Oh, really? Is it because... Nope, I have no idea. Cool. Why are you not doing anything? No crude oil. No oil? Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh. Everything that could happen. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I get that. Plushy actually can't watch my streams anymore because I used to stream at 8 p.m. my time. Like, I would go live around the time that I stop stream now. And because of that, like, certain people haven't been able to watch stream as much, if at all, anymore. All right. 412. No one, yeah. All right. I had just experienced a little bit of vertigo wonkiness with my ear. And since we're already at stream time, I'm not gonna push my body for this. So that is where I'm actually just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and call it. So I can go lay down and hopefully not have any problems. So thank you all for hanging out and chilling out with me. I'm gonna go relax, maybe munch on some food, and not think too much. Hopefully I'm gonna think too much. But yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow on Friday for more, I don't know, maybe Factory, maybe Silk Song, maybe Overwatch, I don't know. Good night, everyone.